chat? What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What up, fam? Hey, welcome, y'all. Appreciate y'all coming out for this talk. Hot Mic Friday. Appreciate everybody showing up. Shout out to my brother out there, my man, Pit Dog in the house. What's up, fam? My man Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, the Crockett with the 10-piece starting the party. All right. Appreciate the love, Crockett. Hit us with that super chat. He said, what's up, twins? What's up to the chat? Shout out to my man, Dreadlock in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Self-Made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Fat Bomb Rory in the house. What up, fam? Martinez Game Dogs. I'll see you, fam. Samurai Kennels, Williams of Yellow Dogs. What up, fam? My main man, long time supporter, Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What's up, fam? My man PGH412 representing. What up, fam? Yo, Bulldog Jones, I see you, fam. My man T-Mac in the house. What's up, fam? Wild Mongoose Kennels representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What's up, fam? Harvey World's in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Appreciate you showing up, fam. $708. Let me explain something to you, fam. As you'll notice, you're gonna see a whole lot of blue showing up in here. That blue represents the members of the Shark Tank. Look, don't cost you nothing to become a member of the Shark Tank, fam. All you gotta do is two things. One of those things is showing up. You've done that already. Second thing you got to do is just participate in the chat. Hey, feel free to jump in there. Conversate. Let me see how you swim amongst some sharks. Shouldn't be afraid to voice your opinion or speak out or, add to the conversation, fam. Participation is a must around here. Appreciate you having you tonight. Everybody representing. Show the newcomers some love. Yeah. As usual, long time supporter, Mr. Digging Foster stepping in, paying his dues. Appreciate the love, fam. With the 5-piece and the super sticker. Let's get it. My man Paris Brown's in the house. Shout out to my main man, long time supporter, Mr. Tony Montana in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, my homeboy, Rack City in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Corey Jones represent. Lewis in the house. What up, Mr. Jones? I see you, fam. Welcome back to the show, fam. Pick up that hardware, fam. Yo, shout out to my main man, Mr. Damian Johnson's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, C. Rich in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, City Boy Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, listen up. The House of Pain is in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my main man, Mr. Lloyd Taylor's in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Styles Kennels. Yo, what's up, fam? My man, Frank Cervantes in the house. What up, fam? What's up, fam? Yo, High Speed! Yo, High Speed in his house! What's up, fam? I'm representing, I'm talking about representing for Lauderdale Days in the house! What's up, fam? Shout out to my man Blackheart Kennels in the house representing in the Shark Tank. What up, bam? Shout out to my man Double and Dashbows in the house. What's up, fam? Long time supporter, my man Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Shout out to CSBC Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Michael for Goods in the house. What up, fam? To my man, Mr. Arrowhead Kennels in the house representing in the Shark Tank. What's up, fam? Hey, appreciate everybody showing up tonight, coming out. Now, I see a whole lot of blue out there. This is strictly for the Sharks. This is strictly for the Sharks in the Shark Tank. You know, we've been doing pretty good with these blue, hitting them like buttons. I'm starting to see it catching on. I'm starting to see it really catching on. I'm hoping everybody giving respect to where respect due. Cause I like to always say it all started right over here in the Shark Tank. We've been making moves. We've been trying to strive for them, fellas. Don't let them fall off. Don't let them fall off. Keep your foot on their neck. Keep that foot on their neck. Sharks represent. Don't forget to hit the like button to all the new people out there watching. You happen to just stop in, saying, you know, just want to sit in and just chill out, get your beer, put your foot back, and just ride out with the show. Go ahead and do that. But hey, look, don't forget to step out there and participate in that poll. Doesn't matter. You don't have to have dogs now, but back when you did have dogs, you know, that's the sole purpose of the poll. We're just trying to get a temperature check. You know, anytime we run that poll, we're trying to do a temperature check. We want to know where everybody's head is. Because, you know, at some point, we all have to stop and ask ourselves that question. Why the hell am I dealing with these damn dogs? And tonight, we're going to talk about it. It's part of the history. It's part of the game. We got feelings too. Yeah. Hey, fellas, don't forget. We're trying to do big things. We're trying to make big moves. We're going to see a couple things going to be coming up here within the next week. I've always told you I've been working on branding the Shark Tank. And I know sooner than they see this, people start seeing this thing going up, it's going to be a whole lot of copycatting going on. But the first thing I just wanted to make sure they all understand where it started at. It's going to be, they can't say nothing but except the fact that it started right over there in the Shark Tank at GH.CH. That's where it started at, right there. You can try to duplicate it, but it will only be but one. Yeah. Represent. Shout out to my man, I see you out there, my man, Mr. Larry Willis in the house. My man, Russell Shaw, what up, fam? Yo, Ron King, what up, fam? Yo, my man, Hi Keely, what up, fam? I see ya. Shout out to my man, Martinez Game Dogs in the house representing in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Yo, old man, I see you, fam. special shout out to my main man coming up in the house, Mr. Dimitri Dots in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank fam. Appreciate having you, fam. I know you come in and you see all this blue hanging around. You know, check it out, fam. That blue don't cost you nothing. That blue represents the members of the Shark Tank. Starting to be a big thing running around here, and it don't cost nothing to be a part of it. All I ask you to do is two things. One of them things is show up. You've done that. Now that you're here, all I want you to do now is participate in the chat. What I mean by participation in the chat, you know what I'm saying? In order for me to be able to get you clicking on that blue, I got to see you up in there, you know, jumping in on the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Say your piece, because it's okay to say whatever you want up in here. Everybody wears that blue for a reason. We all represent on the same level because we all in here under the same pretenses. You know what I'm saying? In order to be part of that, I want to be able to see if you can maintain that by swimming amongst the sharks. So participation is a must. Appreciate you showing up, fam. Appreciate you showing up. Shark, don't forget to show the love for the new faces in the house. You Benny. What up, fam? My man Rubber City up in the house. What's up, fam? Like I said, we got these other things we've been working on. You know, it's like a never-ending process. One thing I've loved about our last couple shows, they have definitely made a couple people start thinking, you know what I'm saying? Which brought us around to this point where we at right now. Y'all notice, one of the things we try to do most in here is relate to each other's own experience in the game. Because we all have our own different experiences and relationship with this thing called the American Pit Bull Fraternity. One of the things I try to make sure that we keep in here is like back in the day, you know, going out to a pig picking or something, you know, everybody get in there, you know, you got all kinds of conversations going on, everybody out there saying their piece, and everybody seem to have a real good time. I miss them days. But Tuesdays and Fridays, let me explain to you about them Tuesdays and Fridays. It's almost like the good old days. I like to sit back, you know what I mean, and feel like we had a pig picking. Shark Tank be on thick, conversation be on deep. Everybody got their opinions, getting their stuff across, showing what they working with. Them the good old days. But even in the good old days, you know what I'm saying? At some point, depending on whose house you was showing up, what event you was going to, you always wanted to support that. Let's don't get away from that. We now to always support each other in doing what we do. This is why we do what we do. We don't do this for the glory and the fame. We do this for the love of the game. Trust me when I tell you. We have went up over 300-something thousand views. I know that don't sound like much, but remember, we ain't been at this but a year. We only work on Tuesdays and Fridays, and I think that's big for us. You know what I'm saying? 300,000 views. That means their message is getting out to a lot of people, and y'all part of it. Show the love, show the respect, that's all I'm saying, you know what I mean? We don't have subscriptions running around here, you know, something we ain't got into. Paying for a subscription, I think the biggest thing about this is I want people to be able to do what I do, or what my twin do. You know what I mean? We sit down and we put our time into this because we love what we do. And when you're loving something from the heart, you know what I mean? You put up that effort. You put your all into it, because what's the purpose of doing it if you ain't gonna try to make it worthy? You know? And that's how I feel about donations. Anytime I see these guys put up them super chats or them super stickers, or run into that cash app, and there's a couple people in this room who do it on a regular. Some guys even laugh about it like they're going to church and they just stopping by to pay their church dues, they tithes. Listen, this is what I'm saying. That's people doing it from the heart. That means a lot more to when you sitting there doing what you love and somebody is showing you the appreciation for doing it. I mean, that's big. That's what keeps us doing what we're doing, fellas, that's all. What I'm trying to get everybody to do is understand, you know, when it comes to doing the simple things, it don't cost you nothing, like hit the damn like button when you walk into people's house. If you like what a person's saying, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Ain't nothing wrong with that. If you happen to find $1 on the ground or 99 cents, don't mean, hey, look, it's not a matter of how much you give. Don't ever get that twisted. The fact that you give something is always going to be appreciated, regardless of what and however you're doing anything in life. You happen to see a bum sitting there on the street with a cup in his hand and you drop a damn quarter in there, I guarantee you he still say thank you. Now, if you say anything other than thank you, then I'm not going to take this whole damn cup. But I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't like that. I'm just telling you, man, look, it's never about how much you spend. It's the fact that you actually do things like that. That shows appreciation. That shows dedication to believing in what you believe in. That's why we do what we do. That's why y'all do what y'all do. That's why you go out there and you feed them dogs. The time and the effort. The dogs show you love every time you come up to him and see you hit the yard, the tail wag. You jumping on the end of the chain. Your animal will show you love and he don't have no damn dime, but he gonna give you what he got. That part of the game is what I'm trying to get people to understand, that this is why we do what we do. Because what other reason would any person in their right mind do what we love to do? Come on, man. Show the love. SBC Kennels, appreciate the love, fam. Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? My man, long-time supporter as always, Mr. Ben Brockton, coming in, kicking down the door with another 5P. He says, take your vitamins, eat your vegetables, and say your prayers, brother. You know what, Ben, that you mentioned that, man. Let me explain something to you, man. It's been like that lately, you know. You see me getting a little bit smaller and shit. Because ever since my little incident, I done had to start eating my greens and taking these vitamins, taking the aspirin every day, taking cholesterol pills. You know what I'm saying? My life changed, bro. And in the process of that, they took away my Mountain Dew, took away my sodas, took away my damn fried chicken. You know what I'm saying? I'm in desperate need of some damn fried chicken, fam, but because of the love of life, bro, I'm willing to take that risk and do what I'm supposed to do. That's what I'm saying. Appreciate the love, Ben. My man, Zachariah 23 in the house. What's up, man? Appreciate the love. He said, go hard or go home. S2W is a way of life. You ain't lying, fam. You ain't lying. We got to keep them on point, fellas. That's all I'm saying. We got to keep them on point. It's a movement. It's the S2W movement. Shark Tanks. Load up. Shout out to my main man. Bam. What's up? Mr. Jermaine Hunter's in the house. What up, fam? Yo, JD. What up, fam? Yo, Lefty. I see you, fam. fam. That's big, man, I'm telling you. That's big, 300,000 and climbing. Appreciate the love, couldn't do it without you guys. Shark Tank, that's what I'm always telling you every time you get the chance. Stand up, represent yourself, fam. My man, Samurai Kennels, William of Yellow Dogs. Appreciate the love, Samurai. Hitting him in the head with the big 10-piece, kicking the dough down, bam! He said, I appreciate what y'all built. Hey, Samurai, special shout out to you, fam. You know I know what you're doing. You know, putting this up there in that number 3 spot with my boys, you know what I'm saying? I can't hate, fam, they're my boys. You know what I'm saying? You know I look up to them and I'm trying to be just like them, if not better than them, you know what I'm saying? Thing is, you represent that, you seen that, you put us up in there, fam, so I'm gonna give that special shout out to you, fam. Appreciate the love. In case y'all didn't know, Samurai had his little talk show poll he does every year. He had my man School, Mr. Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy, at the #1 spot this year. My other boys, 7A Sports, TV, and the panel, they got the #2 spot this year. You know they've been holding down that #1 for a while. But guess who done kicked the dough down and came in at #3? Yeah, GH.CH, going hard, reloaded talk show, coming in at #3, kicking the dough down, bam, hanging out with the big boys, yeah. You can't appreciate the love, Samurai. Yo, Jam Smith in the house, what's up, bam? Brad P, what up, bam? Asiatic soldier in the house representing, what up, bam? My man, Keith Gene Lewis in the house representing, what up, bam? Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Hey, look here, don't forget to hit them like buttons. For all you poll viewers, don't forget to hit that poll. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Yes, sir. What's up, fellas? What's up, fellas? What's up, ladies and gents? If the ladies is out there, appreciate y'all showing up to the show. Appreciate everybody showing the love. Shark Tank, hey. S2W, man. Look, I got to give y'all a special shout out, man. You know, the reason I speak so highly of the Shark Tank because, again, I go back and I watch our show. You know, I try to make sure I see what's going on because there'll be so much going around here. That's why I be missing the mic, you know, and all the other craziness. But things getting better. You know, I got this mic situation doing pretty good. Only one I ain't got under control is Mo. You know, he get all up in his feelings and stuff, and he be like barking and carrying on. I keep trying to tell him, man. See, my mic is a studio mic. Y'all see these horns sitting around here. I don't never have a problem with my mic and my horns. He come up in my studio, and I know he can't be louder than it. It's 3 horns sitting over here. I ain't never heard a crack or a pop. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm not gonna keep blaming it on the mic. This is something totally new when you got all this stuff being, running live. do programs. Maybe I need to update these computers and stuff, and so they can be able to handle that kind of stuff, because generally I'm going over here, working on my Apple computer, doing my music over there, and I'm changing things around because I'm running this other stuff through, that Windows shit. You know how that shit go. So Mac for music, Windows for my commercials and everything else. But it works its way out, but I'm getting better at it, fellas. This is something that we done, we started new, and, you got to get the kinks out and everything, but again, it's all moving forward and we still doing what we're doing. But one of the things I wanted to bring up and tell you why this show is so important tonight, because when I go back through the chat, of the shows, and I watch the conversation, and I believe it or not, fellas, whether y'all know it or not, we actually do go into y'all pedigrees, because it's almost important to us to see, what's out there, and because of you guys, the sharks, and well, I'm gonna say not just the sharks in the chat, but we have guys that send us their pedigrees. Everybody wants to keep us in the know, because even we like to know what's going on out here nowadays. How are the dogs being bred? Because again, we can't keep talking about the old dogs. Remember, when we talk about our pedigrees, y'all have seen it for yourself. We have colored pedigrees, but you have to remember the date and the time period that we were doing what we were doing. There's a big difference if you just look at the time period. See, we was living in a different time. You go back to the late and early 80s. You got to remember, we had to pick it up from some point. See, we had to learn the lesson, and based off of what we was learning, not in the 90s. Remember, we learned in the 80s. 1982, we were still in the Marine Corps. Well, yeah. So when we got into this whole situation, remember, there was a learning period for us. So the pedigree part of it, we wasn't really paying attention to. But the love of the dog was always there. I mean, we loved dogs since we were kids growing up. Growing up, our story is, man, how y'all getting the dogs? Well, y'all done heard our story. We done had them all. Growing up from kids with, wolves. My uncle, he had wolves. I mean, pretty white wolves. And fell in love with them. Everybody else was kind of scared of them, but me and Hardhead Mo, we was always, they say, stay away from the cage, stay away from the cage, because they didn't know how the wolves was gonna act. So everybody was always scared of the cage, but not me and Mo. I think we was about 9, 10 years old. Had a big party to, back in the days when the families used to all get together. The grown-ups be in the house, playing their bid whistle, playing their spades, music bumping and everything, and all the kids, they be outside running them down the street. Well, me and Mo used to be out in the back. And one day, we was out in the back, and we done climbed in the cage with the wolves. Based off of some shit we seen on TV. But everybody went to panicking, but my uncle said, no, leave them alone, they all right. Yeah. Mom and them was going the hell off. Dad and them didn't went crazy. They in the pen with them wolves, screaming. Ah! Uncle, man, what's going on? They all right. If they done made it inside there and they ain't dead yet, they all right. Let them go. Right then, I knew we were going to have a problem. My mama knew right then we had a problem. So what happened, we wound up getting our very first dog. He was a German Shepherd, Siberian Husky named Jerry. And that was our very first dog. Everybody, if you're from Akron, pretty much everybody know who Jerry was, because Jerry was a pretty German Shepherd, but he had the body and the build of that Siberian Husky. And we rough as hell. he was just always beating up the Rottweilers and the Doberman Pinschers around the damn city. You know what I mean? We could just walk anywhere with him, and everywhere we went, Jerry was always with us. So it was always a different thing when it came to us and these dogs as we grew up in life, because we always had a dog. But from dogs, from from Jerry to the German Shepherds, from the Doberman Pinschers to the Rottweilers, from the Rottweilers to the Pit Bulls, and down to the Malinois. You know what I mean? Dogs have always been a part of our life. But the thing about it, fellas, you gotta have a love for these animals. That's the first and foremost. You know, my thing was, I understood why we fell in love with every breed of dogs that we had. I understood the different, you know, even down to the Malinois. He is a very aggressive dog. Very aggressive. Love you to death. I mean, lick all of you, but anybody come around, he'd be go from licking to, who is that? Back up. No, don't step, take another step. And get very aggressive dog. Now, our German Shepherds and our Doberman Pinschers, they was the more calm ones, you know. They could sit there and you could walk up and they'll give you that, but they wouldn't be like, they wouldn't make that sudden move. They would give you that look, like you know, yeah, I think you need to stop right there. But they didn't give you that vibe that Malinois gave you. That Malinois, he gave you that vibe, man, I'm gonna kill your ass, you don't back the hell up. Off the jump. Now, I mean, trust me, fellas, when I'm telling you this, because we've had them all. But then when it came down to that bulldog, I always looked at him in a different type of way. You know, Mo was always on the technical part of this game. You know what I mean? He was always into the papers. You know, like, we're gonna train him to do this. You know, Mo was like my teacher as far as when it came. I'm always the guy when it came to the guard dog. I had to be the one to put the suit on. Yeah, I was a crash dummy. You know, jumping in, put the whole suit on, sneaking around the corners, bust him in the head. Yeah, I was that guy. So I always felt like their senses were so good that did they ever not know it was me in the suits, because they would go bum nuts when they seen me in the suit. But I could come out of the suit and walk right up to them, and they would get that smell, but they would never attack me. They would never get aggressive. So I always felt like, you know, my relationship with me and bro is the reason they felt me, but I could always get out the suit and walk right back up on them, even after they'll be on full go. Full go, from full go to me getting out that suit and walking back up to them, and their ears would go up because of that smell. But then their ears would also go up and notice it was me, and then they would go down. But the fact that they would see me, and them ears would go up, and I knew they smelt me before they could see me, that they would automatically go down as they got a look at who I was. And I could walk right back up to them. All our guard dogs was like that. And when it came to these pit bulls, I handled them a different type of way. You know, Mo used to always have all the dogs at his house. I always kept the guard dogs, kept me a guard dog all the time, you know, and every day we see each other. So there's no reason for me to have the dogs at my house. So we built a kennel over his house. So after being able to just years of doing that, going back and forth, I always, like, you know, used to laugh, because as his children were growing up, it always reminded me of how people used to act about pit bulls and how aggressive they was. And see, my brother's kids grew up around them dogs. Man, we would sometimes go out, and his son, Maurice, would be out there. Now, he got a couple Maurices, so you might see him all over there. But I call him Brother. We would find Brother out there in the damn doghouse with the dogs. Yeah, these big pit bulls that everybody's scared of. You know, he's out, where Brother at? Anybody seen Brother? Yeah, go tell y'all, probably out in the cage with the dog. So, you know what I mean? Habits don't lead, them habits, they don't get too far away from home. Even my girls, they got dogs. Even pit bulls, Did they pick that up from us? Because I asked them, why do you want that dog? Why do you take care of that dog? Have we been around them all our life? And that makes sense. Because they have. Which brings me back to today. Like, okay, maybe people got their different reasons from having the dogs that they have, especially these dogs. When you can have all the other dogs. You remember, nowadays you can go out and you can see, and I see it all on Facebook. Even my wife, she's a part of a female pit bull club. They be hugging their dogs and putting their little, dresses and, dressing them up and all this other craziness that I be seeing. But they love what them people really love their dogs. That monster dog, I've seen some of the stories over there where they don't save some of the people's lives. That pet, that energy, that they could have the little poodle, but no, they got the big muscle, loving them all over the house, falling over the bed, jumping in the bed with them. You see a different animal than what the people out here portray these animals to be. Whole new different look. But shouldn't be a different look, because for us who have them, we know this already. I don't understand why we're taking the rest of the world to catch on. Because, you see them everywhere. You see all the heroic things that they do. That's why I'm always sitting back looking at it like, with all the things that's going on in the world, one thing you have to understand, and people do truly have to understand, that you can't get away from the fact why a Malinois is a Malinois. Why a Rottweiler was a Rottweiler. Why a Doberman Pinscher and a German Shepherd, these are working dogs. The American Pit Bull was bred as a fighting dog. Period. Can't change that. We did not do that. History did that. The past. It's just the way it is. But you got to be able to take that and understand that and know what you have. And still be able to love that same animal, because as you raise that animal as a pup, y'all know that love that animal have for you is undeniable. Undeniable. And it's your responsibility as you love that animal to control that animal's behavior, regardless of what he does, what direction he goes in. You're responsible for his behavior. And the reason we speak on that behavior is because, again, all dogs are not the same. Period. They're not the same. But you have to understand what you have. The only way you can find that out is you have to put forth that time to understand your child. Because that's what they become. They become a part of your damn family. You better know how your kid gonna act so you know how to address his issues correctly. And see, when I say it that way, because I say it in the form of, that sounds like you're talking about a family member, somebody that you care about. See, the ones who throw the dogs out on the chain and run out every evening and just dump food in the pan and don't see them no more for the rest of the day, I don't think you're going to get the same type of love as the ones who go out and put the food in the pan and see that tail a wagging and the dog jumping on the chain, and you walk up to him and you give him that love and he just goes nuts and he wants to show you all that big ass puppy love. Keep down at 3 years old. They the most silliest puppy loving big dogs I've ever seen in my life, because they have a certain way of showing you the love. That's a big difference than a man going out there to throwing the dog stuff in the pan and giving them water and then walking away. they get used to that love part. Just like I got used to it. Just like Mo got used to it. Just like my kids got used to it. Just like y'all understand what I'm saying, because if you got them, you know what I'm talking about. Don't take a rocket scientist to get to that point of this conversation. No, the point of my conversation, and I hope Mo gets into it, is the Boudreaux, Pat Patricks, Earl Tudors, all the names that we be naming from way back, and we can come all the way up to the McNasties, the Stone Cities, the Hardcores, and then we can still talk about Arrowhead Kennels, Well Kennel Combine, and all my fellas in here. We still dealing with these dogs. The key thing that I be wondering is, are we still loving the dogs the same way that they was loving them back then? Because the risk that y'all taking now compared to back then, we on two different levels. The love probably don't change, but the situation has. And I wonder, is it worth the risk today, being that in the past we didn't have that risk? Not to this degree. And we were still able to love them to this day. Even to this day, still love them no different than the way I did 20 years ago. The love never is going to change. And that's the sole purpose of the conversation today. Why in the hell do we do what we do for the love of these dogs? I'm going to be watching the chat, fellas. I need y'all to go ahead, and I want y'all to throw them out there. Remember, the super chat is there for a purpose. The super chat is there for a purpose. I wouldn't care if it was 99 cents. Use it to say what you have to say. I can't get everybody in. Every show, y'all still see that I read chats and I still bring up things that people say. So I don't want y'all to ever think that you get in the habit of thinking that you have to pay to get your question done. I mean, a lot of, other people do it that way, but maybe that's why we don't get much in the super chat, because you don't have to pay for me to come in. But then sometimes after I go back over the show, it'd be so much that I missed, and I was like, damn, I missed that. I didn't catch that. That was a good one, And I think when you're having serious conversations, and fellas, the reason I say it this way, because we have a lot of viewers. I have to think about it. 300,000, and we've been just over a year and a couple months. Remember, a month. We just now getting over our 100th show. Our 100th show. We're only doing this twice a week. Everybody else got 200, 300, 400, been out there 3, 4 years. But we're doing something totally different. We're actually trying to relate and be ourselves. When I say ourselves, it's almost like I said, remember the big pig pickings? And everybody was out there and we all just talking dogs and everything. If you was in a situation like that, and just imagine yourself being there, how would you handle yourself? I bet you'd be asking all the right questions. You'd be trying to listen to everything that's going on and who's saying what and who is that talking over there. Yeah. That's what made us who we are. Being able to be around them type of people. Find out who that is. Let me hear what he talking about. Let me introduce myself. Those are all the things that we try to bring to YouTube based on everything that we seen prior to us getting here. I told you, y'all know the story. What made my brother sit behind this thing? I made my brother sit behind this thing. But I seen my brother doing it for somebody else. They acting like they don't really know who my brother is. Hold on. Nobody questions you. Hold on. This dude ain't got no more. What you doing? Man, you don't have to go through that, bro. And I think one day it pissed me off so bad, I was like, I'm going to sit here and make you a show. That's the story. But way back, that story is not going to change because it's exactly what happened. My brother is, he's on what I call the hourglass thing. People, you guys got to understand what that really means. Hourglass is basically every day you got to, 24 hours, you got to take that glass and you got to turn it back over and watch the sand go down. Because there's really no guarantee. Because, when the doctors tell you there's nothing else you can do, we can just try to make by giving you these pills, make the rest of your life better, make you more comfortable. Imagine somebody saying that to you. Then, to me, I'm on that thing, forget all that. Because I don't know when that first came to him, turning that glass over like that, every day kind of like was tinkering on it. Break out this big old thing of pills and this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday. And you got like almost 10 pills in each one of them days. And crazy, you know what I'm saying? I done seen my brother give up on the pills and be like, man, damn that. I done seen my brother at his worst moments thinking about this crazy shit. But I also see my brother step in front of this damn camera. For the last year, y'all might not look at it. Yeah, some of y'all notice he's getting smaller. Yeah. Some of y'all can see it sometimes in his eyes when y'all thought he was high, some of y'all might see it because you've been with us long enough, y'all seeing the deterioration. But one thing all of y'all should be able to see is this is what it looks like to scratch the wind. This is what it looks like to love something so much and want to leave your mark on the game and be able to say, we can't be at a pig picking, but Mike, you put the show together and I'll get there and he give me the rest. Remember, we talk dog. This man been with me 62 years, fellas. Every day. That is my twin brother. Unlike other twins, we don't live too far from each other. And it's been like that for the last 60-something years. So there's nothing that he can do or feel that I don't feel or do myself. So that right there is like a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people wouldn't understand what that twin activate thing is. But we lived our life like that. So to be down to this part of our life at the end of our life. To still want to do what he do. And y'all see the passion. Y'all see what he really, really, really trying to get across to y'all. Really try to get across to y'all. I laugh at him sometimes because he was the reason why we did the last show. Like, Mike, I need you to come up with something. What you mean? Somebody said we hate Eli Dog. I said, well, everything, can't nobody be really saying that, man. We started out with Eli Dog. But, okay. What, one person, he said, nah, man, I'm getting emails. I'm getting people making little funny comments. I've been reading down through the chat because there used to be a time my brother would not look at his own shows. Yeah, Mo would not go back and look at, out of all these 100-some shows, I would say the last 4 months, Mo started going back looking at the shows. Would never watch none of the shows. I said, man, did you look at the show? He's like, nah. Mo, is you checking the chat? No, you got that. But when I got him to understand, man, you got to at least go see yourself. Because you're not the same guy that I see on the camera when you get off the camera, Mo. That's all I'm saying. I want to see that guy that I see on the camera off the camera, bruh. Yeah. And it changed my brother's life. It did. Because he still has that same compassion. Now that he wants to really, really do want to get off behind the desk. He really want to jump out there because, like he said, Mike, you never know when that day gonna come, bro. I might not be able to do that. I'll be with him on that. I totally understand. We have ran our businesses for the last 40-something years. We have had dogs the last 40-plus-something years. But when you're getting down to that end part of your life, things really do change. I mean, to all my older brothers out there, up in that 60 range, y'all know what I'm saying. It ain't like it used to be. Some shit just comes out of nowhere. Like, damn, that's life-changing events right there. So what you supposed to do, sit around and wait on it? Hell no. Big S2W. Always. Give a damn what it is. That's the message that he pushes every time he sits in his chair. And he does it with sincerity and passion for the love of the game. I don't know if y'all ever going to be able to love it that much, or even maybe think we and him crazy. But maybe that we are. You know, we have lived a wild and crazy life together, but we still have a life. And we just trying to understand, based on today, why do you really love what you do when it comes to this fraternity? Because it's in bad shape. They trying to take all the dogs. Something to talk about. Look, don't forget to hit them super chats. Don't forget to hit all that stuff. You know, I've been talking, so I don't think I missed it, because I know I did. But I'm going to turn this over to Mo, and I'm going to get right back. So I'll be dropping in there, yo, hitting y'all back with the super chats that I missed. Appreciate the love. Mo, you ready to do this, man?
Oh, yeah.
See who I missed right here. My man, Keith Gene Lewis with the 10-piece up in the house. What's up, fam? Appreciate the love. That's a super sticker, man. Appreciate that love. That's what I be talking about. Just show the love, man. When you're showing it like that, how can I not appreciate it? That could have been 99 cents, fam, but no, he put in a 10-piece chicken wing. Stop it. What's up?
Good evening, everybody. My Friday is Friday. Hope everybody doing all right. What's up, y'all? I'd like to do a big shout out to the 330 1040. They just won the state championship up there in Ohio. Basketball. My alma mater. My cousin coached the team. You know what I'm saying? So then big shout out to the 330 at 1040. You know, and my other squad up there, the Hoban Knights 330. They won their state championship in their division. AK running strong on CHs. So, you know, giving out my shout outs. It's a lot of work to become a champion. And become a state champion takes a lot of work. We know. We wrestle. Hey, y'all. You know, we talking about why we love these dogs, right? Now, you know, some of us like them for many reasons. Most of us like them. You know, when I say most of us, you know me. You know, because I'm inspired as the warrior in the dog. You know, being a dog trainer, you know, I see, you know, best part of dogs and the worst parts of them. But they all got, like, you know, I always look at them like, my dogs was soldiers. Maybe the government did. But then also the way I was raised, you know. You know, we was raised pretty strong. You know, we got our asses. My parents didn't play. And they was pretty strict. You know, you better take a bath. Better not come up, put them covers up and see some dirty feet. Better not go to bed with a messy room or a messy house. You know, it was 9 of us in the house. That's the kids. We ain't even talking about the grown-ups. So, we had structure, responsibilities, and very disciplined and polite. Words like wine and panties and lie and ass, those was cuss words. Beer, wine, them was cuss words. But not saying about no cigarette. Or don't even think about saying something like marijuana or some LSD. Them is like, might as well say bitch. Because that would get your head slapped off. So then going straight into the Marine Corps out of high school, and then that was an adventure in itself. It was the way, I started noticing how it was molding me. Going through high school, I was pretty popular, and me and Mike was wild. So, Akron knows very well. But we was, always in the fun thing. So as you move forward and you look at it, and I'm always thinking about, what happened and where did I go into this dog thing at? I think it started when I got my hands on a Doberman. We always had Jerry. Now, Jerry was the dog, he was like the hood dog for us, He was the family dog. The dog lived then in 22 years. And the dog never had a collar on his neck. It was so bad that I came home out of boot camp, and did a couple, after you get out of boot camp, they send you right out to other places so you can learn your MOS. Jerry had been on the chain down there 4 years, y'all, without a collar. The chain had cut into his neck, and it literally had cut into his neck, and the skin had grown over the chain. I ain't talking about a little bit. I'm talking about it was down in there. Because all they did was to go and feed him. And when I came home and I saw that, and I had to go in and cut that chain out of that dog's neck and put a collar on that dog's neck after all those years, I always told myself I would never ever go out and feed my dog. I loved you. And that was something that I seen that, much as my family loved that dog, imagine that dog wearing a chain as part of his body. I never got past that. Jerry used to go out and beat up a lot of dogs, because we was in the neighborhood, you know how it was growing up. But once I got a hold of that Doberman, and got to training that Doberman, being in the military, you mess with, I had a Shepherd and a Malinois. But as you train these dogs and get these dogs to do what you want to do, you start noticing the personalities, not only in the dogs, but even in yourself and your relationship to these dogs. And I started getting a close relationship. Keeping in mind, guys, I'm in a soldier mindset. I'm still a Marine. And my major way of thinking was straight military way of thinking. I'm always presenting myself as I would be on the battlefield, because that's where the Marines trained you. And they didn't train you in a nice way. They trained you in a, what not wasn't used to when it come to my mama hollering and cussing us out. So it was basically the same thing. The only difference was they didn't love me. But it was the same game plan. Scream, holler, expectations. You got to have this. You better do that. You get up there and you run, you work out, you run, you work out. And then you keep on telling yourself, as you grow into this is what it is. And what the outcome was when I got into these dogs, I expect the same thing that the Marine Corps expected from me, because I know what they made me. And I took that in with the changes that I became and the person I became, whether it was bad or good, it was something that really worked for me when it came to training a dog. You know? And then why would I love these dogs? You know, it's so much simpler when you don't have no dogs. You know, when you got a family and you're trying to have a woman and a dog, you understand what happens? You have to get up and feed the dog. If he's an in-house dog, you got to get up, take the dog out, bring the dog back in, feed the dog, you know, and then let the dog run loose in the house. You got several dogs, you got to get up, go outside, clean up the shit, feed the dogs, get the dog some water, find you a babysitter when you want to go out of town, if you can. Find somebody who can feed the dogs when you can't. Why do we go through all that? You know, I couldn't keep a relationship because in the relationship, you know, the favorite word was you love those dogs more than you love me. My problem with that was, you know, it wasn't a true statement, but it was close because the dog loved me every day. You know, I know those dogs love me every day.
Shout out to my man, BB Buckshot in the hands. Appreciate the love, fam, with the super chat, kicking the dough down with the 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam.
Big moment.
Now.
Yeah, so, you know, that was just, you know, because they gave me so much. If you give to them, they give it back. That's what I was noticing. You know, you can give to the family and they still won't. You can do all you can to make sure everybody's around you, and can't nobody treat you better than a dog who loves you. Nobody, because the dog never bark back. He don't talk shit. He appreciate you if you take care of him. He gonna always wag his tail. He gonna always show you the love. You can tell his ass, go over there and sit down and leave me alone. As soon as you say, come here, boy, he come running back to you like you ain't said shit to him. You know, because you put the love and the time in, just like you do your family. Just like you do your family. And you will see that your dog seems to give you more love than the family. You know, I had to say to me that I'm more in depth into the dogs to realize, you know, what they're giving me, especially when I'm dealing with a dog that I've trained to attack and protect. Especially when I train a bulldog to, I don't even train a bulldog. I raise them and condition them. That's it. Come down to the training and understanding what they're being trained to do. It's not even a training thing. It's something they already know to do. All you're doing is teaching them. I'm teaching them to add little pieces to something you're already doing. You know, you try to teach somebody that in your house, you got to listen to a whole lot of mouth and everything else while you're trying to teach them. A bunch of attitudes and you're trying to tell them something. The dog, you don't go through none of that shit. I didn't. That's probably why I spent a lot of times with the dogs. But I still got to provide. And the dogs always seem to give me my worth back. They seem to appreciate me just as much as I appreciated them, because the way they perform, they always perform to my standards. And me being a Marine, I had high standards. So maybe they taught me how to love them. You know, I'm still strict. I still holler. My commands are strict and strong. You know, I don't do treats. And if I'm going to be throwing balls to go jumping, you know, bring back, it's because I'm teaching you this, but it won't be as a lure or, you know, treat for doing something good. You're going to do what I want you to do because I'm telling you to do. And that's how I train dogs. Everybody has their way of doing things, right? Well, I trained mine just by doing what you being told to do. There's nothing being about a good boy. You're going to learn how to do that, and then we'll have a better relationship once you figure all that out. And meanwhile, you're going to do what I tell you to do, and we're going to do this thing right because I like precision. In return, they never stop loving you because you're still doing time with them. And once they realize what they're doing and they begin to do it, there's always something new because I'm always giving them more work. But they learn that. And they want to be taught because when they get it right, they don't get nothing but the love. They understand this is the kind of relationship that this guy is going to give me. He's the alpha. He runs this. This is how he do his shit. That went for dogs when it came to Dobermans, Rottweilers, Malinois, or Pits. I handled the yard and my dogs all the same way. I'm like the commando, the commandant of the dog yard, walking down through there. And I know they are all my responsibility. And I look out there at them, just like a general walks over his troops before we go step off them boats to go do our job. Probably look at it the same way. All them soldiers out there, when they go out there and fight and kill or be killed, you know, you gotta love them. A general will have to stand above all that and say, I got to love them. How can he not love them? How can he not love them? That's why I love the Marine Corps. Because I stand in that crowd of men, straight crazy, government-trained soldiers. And that's why I carried my yard. Might sound harsh, but it wasn't about being harsh. It was about the expectation. And you gotta love them to know that. I mean, it's one thing to have a bulldog, you know what I'm saying, and don't see what I see. You might have a totally different aspect. Most of you guys, maybe not even being soldiers, don't even get it. But you gotta have a love for an animal. That if you know what I'm talking about, you know that they give you more love than anybody. They do. They know how to sense your emotions. They can know how to do some of the amazing things. Have you ever seen a bulldog get down there? You know, I've been in shows, man, where, you know, that you just know that me and him is together. I mean, me and him go up in there, boy. Me, Brat, Pretty Mama, Rogers, Ramsey, any other one of them, due to all of them, man, it was a relationship that them dogs kept their eye on me. As long as they see me and I'm looking at them, they know. That's why you will watch a parade of tails always swinging. Because they love that shit. Because I gave them that kind of time. Imagine them sitting down in there, man, and they working, man, and then they cutting their eye over there at your ass. Why I always stayed up in their face. Because I see them. I let them know I see them. I let them know, yes, you're doing a good thing. Yes, sir. And when I go pressing for pace, I'm pressing because I got battle cats. That's how I look at them. I'm always feeling like I'm bringing a Marine in there. I mean, it just be like that because I'm making the choices. I'm picking the team. And you got to understand, imagine, y'all, this is what probably Earl Tudor, Mr. Cavino, you know, all these great dog men of yesteryear. I mean, we in 2023 and we still talking about Mr. Don Mayfield. I mean, they're dying off. They're all the greats, they're dying off. And lucky we have books for them. We have books for them. But we don't have enough books because y'all missing the big gap. What about all the great of the 90s? You know, it might have been Earl Tudor dogs, might have been Cavino dogs, might have been Kobe dogs, it might have been David Tant dogs, it might have been all those kind of dogs. But all those kind of dogs was a one hell of a ride. And that's when you really felt the love of these, if they didn't love their dogs. One thing that I could tell about real dog men, they love the game. You know, these be simple, old, normal people, even professionals. Like I said, guy bought me and was a sheriff. You know, they're all likes alike. Why do we love our American Pit Bulls? Because if you want to know what you got, when you talking about a man, you talking about when you got a man like a bulldog, a real bulldog, ain't no man game is a real bulldog. That's why we say, man, my boy is, man, my dude fight like a pit. That's gamers. Because they put it in. We go to swinging, throwing knuckles and fists. It ain't very much biting going on, though. Whole lot of wrestling, just like the game, but we ain't biting. But we throwing bolos, but we ain't biting. Imagine what it feel like with a bulldog biting. Really getting in there working, flipping, having to wrestle. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I mean, that's what I loved about them. That's what I loved about them. That's what I loved about them. They gave you that love back. You could see it in the wheel. How you doing, Mr. Mason? Hey, y'all, we got Mr. Mason on the line tonight. What's up, big bro?
Look, 3M.
3M.
What's going on, man?
Ain't nothing there, Mr. Mason. I mean, Mr. 3M. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep doing that. You already know.
I want to give a shout out to my man, JD.
Triple M.
Super Sticker Fans. Appreciate the love, JD.
All right, Triple M was on the mic. What's up, big bro?
So, twin, what is it that they want to know about?
Okay, today, our topic, right? It's a good question for you. What do you love about these dogs that and I remember when Dad was around, but what was it about the dogs that make y'all love them dogs so much, man?
I always had animals. Man, I could go back to here. I guess my grandfather, man, was in World War II. And hell, when he came home after the war, he a white guy that had some top-notch coon dogs, and he bought a bitch that was pregnant. And we talking about after World War II. My grandfather worked for a mining company here. So him and his brother, they made real good money back then. Mm-hmm. Outside of bootlegs and whiskey and stuff, you know how it was back then. But anyway, he paid $500 back then for a bitch, a coon dog, a bitch that was a puppy, and he raised those, and they said he had a couple of the best coon dogs around. Now, so from that, it just come on down. We always had animals and stuff, but dealing with the bulldogs when I got into it, I was lucky back in the day because we were lucky. We met John Truby. John Truby took us under his wing. From there, around here, Mr. Wallace stayed in North Little Rock, Arkansas. He owned 2 liquor stores. And he was like half Italian and stuff. And man, I just wish I would have recorded a bunch of those conversations. He took to it. Mm-hmm. And but you got some of the pictures and stuff, a picture of one of his last old dogs and a picture of all kind of stuff. He told us a lot. So I was lucky to meet him. And from there, it went on to, Mr. Ray Long and Dad was real good friends. We went down there during that time. We met Pat Carver. And she was, the thing with them was they thought we was white guys, because of what was going on at that time, years ago. And we laughed about it. And she was like, hey, y'all come down whenever you get ready. Then we went and met, Maurice Carver, Roger Finn, one of the Yard Boys. There was another, big thing, and people like that. And then later on, I got, I bred 2G, got Smiley, and I bred 2G. But a lot of people don't understand. I didn't have one dog out of them. I had 3 dogs out of them. We had 3 dogs. Because we bred to them. Had 2 males and a female, beauty. And then my family was just, people that love dogs. Of course, my grandmother came up a certain way. They had dogs and horses and everything. And it was a family thing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my grandmother and my mother, they probably raised more dogs on bottles than some of these guys never had in their life during that time.
Right.
Grandma had one so cold, boy. He had one so cold. A black one, like a panther.
He lived in the house.
He lived in the house. It was so cold. But you couldn't come in the yard. She wasn't right there, y'all would ate up, boy.
But you know how a house dog is.
Mm-hmm.
But she would come out there with her boots on. She kept a breaking stick in her pocket.
We're talking about a woman that's about 30 years old.
Hey,
a killer.
She kept a breaking stick in her pocket, twin.
Now, who is this?
My grandmother.
No.
Yeah, man, she used to come out there with that dog, and they would look. And this big dog could pull it down, but he would barely pull when he come out there, and she walked him around. He looked at you real crazy, and he had a breaking stick. Hey, man, we used to go out of town. I had it set up. When I used to go out of town, we just went out of town for whatever reason. Said, man, my mother and my grandmother fed the yard of them, took care of the dog. So did. But
it's a 40-year history, man. 40-year history, man.
But
now, of course, the love for the dog, stuff like when I met Crenshaw, you find out dogs, then you kind of start finding out how dogs bred, and nobody knows how some of them is bred at all. You know what I'm saying? They might have an idea. So when we did, going through all that right there, man, these young guys come up, man, and they don't understand. Back then, see, man, it was not the money. It wasn't about, it was, but it wasn't about the money with the dog. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When I went down there and bought that Red Boy dog in 1982, 83 from Michael George, we drove down there. He wouldn't, in the Carolina, he wouldn't sell nobody none of his dogs at that time. Locally, he wouldn't let nobody get in it. But we went down there, man. You got Bullet Girl Pedigree. He told us to say, I tell y'all what, y'all come down here. I'm gonna give you. You won't be able to refuse this deal. I'm gonna give you a deal you can't refuse. We went down there, man, and when we was like, my dad said, man, what I owe for this dog? He said, you give me $300. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When other people would want to give a whole lot more for one of those dogs.
Right.
So those guys didn't understand. And let me tell you something. When I we got to go on the shows with Crenshaw, Kenny, Junior Bush, Jack Kelly, Bob Boyd, who else is still around? Larry, Bobby Holland, people like that, stuff, man, and normal people. A lot of times when we started going to certain shows like that, some private shows like that, we got some shows. People had to, a lot of cats had to understand, these were all real, a lot of them were all real working men, had jobs, retired, everything else. And they had no problem selling some of these other guys' dogs. But guess what? They didn't ever get to go to none of these shows, and they always used to say, these guys with this money that's doing all of this and doing all that gonna mess this game up. They're gonna mess it up. It ain't about this money. It ain't about this. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And hey, yeah, they had no problem telling these certain guys, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm putting that boot on y'all. They had no problem telling them a dog. But guess what? You never got to go to these shows with these guys and sit down with these guys and really learn stuff or talk stuff. Oh, they had no problem telling you that dog for those X amount of dollars and all that stuff. And then you take the dog and I got this, whatever it was, when they started doing it. But for a long time, on certain people, you couldn't get those dogs.
Right. That's true.
But I can tell you when I would go there, they would invite us down. Y'all come down. We would go down. They got a little cookout going. They got a little picnic going. We all go down there, and then it'd be James and Norman going against each other or something like that. Hey man, that gamble may be. Now, I mean, I know things went different sometimes. There's a lot of times I went to them things. Now I'm telling you something. We went to a lot of those things, and we were the only blacks there. You hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we were the only blacks there. And James gonna be going against each other, man. $1,000. You hear what I'm saying? That's what the gamble would be, twin. You hear me?
Right.
1,500. Junior Bush is coming now, looking at something. Him and another guy going putting down $750. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, we understand. Yeah, they done a lot better than that at times. But I'm telling you, man, we went to a lot of little stuff when they was having get-togethers like that, and it was stuff like that. It was stuff. It was more of the love of the dog than it was the money.
True.
And these cats have no understanding about what really. When you sit down, and you got a chance to sit down and you talk to a person like Pat Carr and she gets to telling you about then show you that Maurice Carver had his own line of chickens also and all this stuff and different things like that and things they tell you stuff like that about things that was going on, man. These kids have no understanding about some of these history unless you talk to some of these guys. Mr. Wallace days, like it was just like that, man. Listen, he showed me pictures where when they went to certain places like Chicago and other places, man, them guys, it was like going to a professional boxing match. Them guys had on double-breasted suits and ties, and you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That stuff. It was that type of event. It was like that. It was amazing. It was amazing.
You're right.
And he was saying, "Come here, boys, let me show you something." You know what I'm saying? And show you, and he show you. I saw a few of those pictures. You know what I'm saying? Where they was in places like that, man, and they were dressed like that for that stuff like that, man.
Now I got a question. Did Pat Carver match dogs, or I mean, she made a lot of great breeding. Did she? What did she do?
Well, she was around and she did stuff, and like she told us, a lot of the dogs, she said, Maurice took that to his grave how these dogs was actually bred. Somebody she didn't even know. And but she had what she had, and she didn't really put anything down, but she was just she was there. Man, Pat, basically at first, when she was out there back in the day, she ran the damn brothel, man, for him. She was a businesswoman. Yeah. Lot of sense, lot of dog sense. I met 2 or 3 of those ladies that was those guys' wives stuff. There was a lot of dog sense, man. It was unbelievable.
Right.
It was unbelievable. You know, but they had done that a lifetime. They had been with them men a lifetime.
And she knew how to breed too.
Oh man, yeah. Hey, she could run stuff off you. I think you might need to do it like this and do it like that. Man, she can run stuff off you. You can do nothing but sit there and look. You know. But like Mr. Wallace said, they go to a concert. I mean, they go to a show, and it'll be a weekend show, and they all bunked out at the guy barn out on this 1,500-acre farm somewhere. And that's what they was doing. And be a Friday and a Saturday, Sunday thing almost. And they be selling dogs, trading dogs, breeding dogs, you know. And Mr. Wallace probably talking about a dog, and he's talking about one dog got up. They bred to one dog when he got there, and shit, when he got up to take a leap at 2 o'clock in the morning, he walked around there and said he hadn't stepped to another damn dog. Shit like that. He said it went on all the time, man. He said all the time. They said it went on all the time. You know, Randy can tell you about one of his guys went down there and stayed with Tent for a while. Did he tell you about their twin?
No.
Need to tell you about one of his guys went down and go buy dogs for Tent, and he's talking about his situation, stuff when he found out about Tent. And he stayed down there with Tent for like about 3 days. And they was doing this and doing that. And he was selling, and he came back, and he got up and down and told him, man, I wouldn't buy nothing from him. He said, man, this Tent breed this female to this male one day, that male one day, another male the next day. Yeah, think about it. The guy's still around there. If you get just with the guy can tell you. Yeah. Man, there's a lot of wild stuff always went on with this stuff, man. A lot of crazy stuff, man. And it's just, you know, you just have to make it what you make it. You know, you get something and if it works right, it's good. If it works right, it's good. You know. But Chris Shaw said when he went down there, when he first went down there and got some animals, they wasn't worth 2 cents. But at Carl, when Carl was laughing, brought him back down there, he gave him $100 and said, take this dog. He pulled up out the little take her. He ought to be real good, produce you some good dogs. And then he told him he had to stay like 2 or 3 days. And then he said he sent some Mexican guys. He did a lot of business across in Mexico. He sent some guys over there, and they came back with rap. And he threw some papers on. Now, come on, man. I mean, Carl was like, and he put his papers on the dog. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about Rascal?
Yeah. So, did he know how Rascal was bred? Yeah, Maurice knew how he was bred.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why he told him he was going to be good. He knew how he was bred. Yeah. But he put his paperwork in. Do you think the paperwork was right on him? Man, no. That like, man, no. He said a lot of that stuff he took to his grave. He said a lot of that stuff Maurice took to his grave. She said some of it she don't know. You know, because that's that type of person he was. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But he had made a brand for himself, and he sold a lot of dogs.
Well, it was like this. I also was real good friends and still real good friends with Robert Crossman. Robert Crossman is the boy. He was the guy from Missouri. He was the guy that inherited he was Bert Klaus's yard boy. He's the guy that ended up with all of Bert Klaus's dogs and stuff like that. Now, he said, even during that time, he said Bert Klaus was the one that got him the job at UPS once he got about 19 or 20 years old. He drove one of the little package cars. He said, back then, I've had some guys that showed me some guys, man, I got a pure Klaus dog and all this and all that. And I laughed about it. Because, see, I met Robert Crossman back in the 80s. And he still just had a few dogs. He's a big greyhound guy. That's what he really got off into was the greyhounds, and he's still into it. But he's had a few dogs, and he said even then when he was a little boy, he said they crossed a lot of now the rascal stuff worked good with the stuff, and they was real good friends with Crenshaw. Because he said, you know, Crenshaw was about one of the most fairest dog men at that time that it was. So they did a lot of crossing out with him. He told me that he loved. God told me one time, man, I got all look at this pedigree. And Cross had already told me years ago that at that time, the man really didn't even have any pure fast dogs. You hear what I'm telling you?
Mm-hmm.
So when somebody come up and show me all of this and all of that, and he laughed about it. He said, because there is no dog that pure. There is no dog that pure. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's pure off a clock. I mean, say they wasn't he didn't have nothing that pure when he was a teenager and he was a yard boy. Yeah. Yeah. That's what he told me. So, you know, I saw him about a year ago, last year. He was passing through him. We talked for a while, and we laughed about that, man. We talked about that. I was telling him that the guy was trying to show me a pedigree of a real pure cloud dog, and show me some real pure cloud dogs, and I laughed, and we both laughed about it. But I remember him telling me that years ago, back in the 80s. So that's what, you know, it's stuff like that, man. When you meet these people like the twins, you find out stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and you just go ahead and you just sit up there and you listen to it. You know?
Now, when you got around all those dog people, when they start talking dogs, we always talk about it to the guys. You know, when you're around such a legend in the game, you know, it's hard not to sit there and listen, ain't it?
Oh man, yeah. I mean, because you know, just like you said, Carver. He said Carver was like a dumb king of the game. Bred some good dogs and stuff, knew how to breed. He said, but he was like a dumb king. You know, cause one time he said that he had a real good dog that had won to it several times. And Carver called Crossland and said, hey man, I hear that dog you got there 1, 3, 4 times. He really is good. But bro, what about this and that, and this and that? Well, he wanted to buy a dog from Crossland, because some guys were looking for a dog at that size. And he was going to pay Crossland so much money, but then he had a big sale for these guys on the other end. And then what he would do was put his paperwork on the dog. Do you understand what I'm saying? He said that's the kind of stuff he did all the time. He said, man, he was a big promoter. Good ref. You know, everybody loved him referees, you know, because he was, you know, extraordinary at that and different things and stuff like that. But he said, man, he was just you know what I'm saying? Well, let me tell you something, man. We sitting up there. Norman Kimball, Crenshaw, Junior Bush, we had a little guy. Young guy come up, you know, excited. There's Mr. Crenshaw. There's Norman. There's Junior Bush. There's a man on champion overs and all this and that. You know, I'm just sitting there listening. Y'all knew Carver. He said, yeah, I knew Carver. He said, and so the young man was excited. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He started wanting to ask questions. Man, tell me about him. What do you think about him? So Crenshaw looked at Norman Kimball and said, Norman, is that a hard question? He said, James, I think that's him. He said, well, shit. He said, I think most of the time he was a damn drunk and a junkie. Man, you should have seen the look on that boy's face. Junior Bush, Jack Kelly, See how bad we fell out, man. Then they got to talk about this and that. Yeah, he was good at this and that. If they call, we might come to the show, the limousine, one time, and turn around, he got the damn near thumb ride the next time. Man, they had me falling down. Now, that's a conversation for you. You should have been right there. You would pay $500 sitting in that spot and listen to that today. You know what I'm telling you?
Right.
Man.
Now, who was that they was talking about?
Huh?
You're talking about Maurice Carter when they said that?
Yeah. 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 Listen. And then each one of them went to say a little piece about something. Like, I fell out about it. But yeah, but basically say, man, he was good, he was good at this and good at that. There's some good dogs, had some good dogs to breed, But he was back and forth from Mexico a lot also. He had a lot of business going on in Mexico. Just like that. Like I say, he had his own line of people don't know. He had his own line of chickens too. He was also real good in the chicken. He had his own line of chicken.
Wow.
A lot of people didn't know that. But all that stuff went in hand. Because when I went to Roger Feenham yard, Roger Feenham had his, of course, being his yard boy, he had his dog, you know what I'm saying? And so from his point of view, there was no other dog. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But when we went over there and talked to Mr. Ray Long used to tell us how Maurice would come over there and breed to his dog and say, I got a litter off your dog over here, Ray. Come on over here and pick you out a few. He said, now, Mason, I might go pick me out a few of that right there. But he didn't tell me about them other two litters he got on the side of the house that he came over there and started breeding off. Yeah. So, and man, that's just the way. When you talk to when you had a chance to talk to some of those guys like that, man, it was just, I wasn't thinking, because, I would go, but, it's just like when Roger Finn told me, he said, man, come on back down here. I'm going to take you to this guy's house. He got a yard of good dogs. He's a good working man. He got a yard of good dogs, but he has no idea that all his dogs are down off a Little Mason honey bunch. And my dumb ass, I never would pass up something like that. Then I'm doing so much bullshit. My dumb ass didn't go back down there. He said, now if we go over there, don't say nothing about honey bunch because he got a paper that's saying something else. See, you never heard people talk about Little Mason honey bunch, have you?
Nope.
And it was a whole litter of them. And it was a litter of them. And that's what Roger Finn told me. And I didn't, and they used to say, when you going down there with Roger and go down there and go see that man. Now I'm gonna go. You know what I'm saying? Didn't never go. Do it so much. And yeah, he said, don't say nothing. He said, we'll go down here and grab one that's inbred or a male or whatever you want. I have to get one off his yard. He said, but he has no idea that he has a yard of dogs that's off for Little Mason $100. And Roger knew that, but the secrets that he knew, he could never really tell nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine in his later years, it's like he was telling me, I'm sure he did, but yeah, he told me that. Sure did. And I just wonder, man, what if I would have got down there and got this and that and brought it back to the God and birds to Smiley or Beauty or Mongus, those dogs that was off of Jeep. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, man. It was. Yeah. I was just privileged, and I was privileged, man, to go and witness that, man, and Daddy and Ray Long were real good for me. I mean, Ray Long sold the last of his dogs. I showed you pictures of the dog. He showed the last of the dogs to a guy that we knew. He said, these guys think when I die, they just go grab these dogs I got, and they go. He told the dude, you tell Morris how much money he got. And Morris said, I can give about $5,000. And he sold the last of his yard to this guy for $5,000. So it was not about the money. You hear what I'm saying?
Right.
You know.
But when but as we grow old, right, and we still talking about them old dog man down there 40 years later, you notice that they won't be able to. They'll forget about guys like y'all because y'all's not in the book. There's no stories. You know what I mean? There's no.
Yeah. You know what?
I mean, there's so many great Kennels, man.
Lord willing, when my son get it, I got to start on this book, man. I need to start on this book, twin. I know. I need to have this book out there.
Yeah. Me, I would like to have a book, but I would like to, there's, the game didn't, we always talk about Maurice Carter and all those guys, right? But the things that we did with their dogs, look at the things that we did with their dogs. We made those guys even more legendary and greater than what they were back then based on what we're doing with the dogs that we got now to keep those guys' names alive.
And I mean, it's just like, and things happen. It's just like when I went down there and just bought them out that weekend and bred the Jeep. And Katie Martin, the reason I didn't get no puppies down at that time, because that's when Katie Marlowe was there, and Garrett said, "Hey man, let's go over here, and y'all want to see Katie Marlowe?" You know what I'm saying? I should have had my camera. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I should have had listened to her talk about this and that, and this and that. I should have had my camera. I should have took some pictures with her. Didn't even think to go down there and get a quick disposable camera and take, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Stuff like that. When sitting up there, met her, talking to her about this and about that and things, things she was talking about, man, all that stuff has its place, Because, a lot of times people say, well, this and that, and no, it wasn't like that, man. How you know? Because I knew them and talked to them.
Mm-hmm.
And, stuff like that. And so then it's just laugh right, yeah. It's some of them things I should have had, so a person could know, right down on them pictures. Just like them few pictures I sent you that I got.
Mm-hmm.
But once, a lot of them, certain ways, this and that, just like they say, Mayfield was crazy, was a redneck, real prejudice, a white supremacist, all that right there. Okay, yeah, well, a lot of them like that. But he talked to me when I finally talked to him. Man, I've been wondering when I done sent my word out to you. I was wondering when the hell you would go call me. This my dad died. I wonder when you go call me. He was telling me how the people was mad at him because the people thought that he had some dogs sitting back somewhere. And he let these black guys get them, and then we made these breeders and started, back then it was whipping everybody. And you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling me how the guy from Mexico. Garrett told us the same thing. So the first thing he had said, you get a female out of this breeding, and she's good, or breed her back to Jeep, this and that, and we're gonna strip the liver. So when Billy, did what she did and was what she was, and we called him, and he told us that, he couldn't do it because the twins was already mad at it. And then later on, when James became, cool with us and stuff, we talked to him. He told James that he couldn't breed to the dog either. And James said, man, I gave him the dog. He said, I gave him Jeep. I gave him, when he went back to work and he was going to work or get back into the game until he retired, he gave him Jeep, he gave him Kate, and he gave him 3 Rascal dogs. He said, man, you can't build a yard off of this, you need to get out the game. And when he got out and wanted to breed back to Jeep, Garrett told him, man, I got him caught up in business deals, I can't breed him and this and that. But actually at that time, we knew that he wasn't producing. Because when I went up there and bred for him, man, it's like 9.5, whatever. Katie Marlowe bred to him and got puppies. When I bred to him, Saturday and Sunday. I didn't get him the puppy. Now I got some puppies a year later, like I told you 100 times, when he took them to the University of Georgia, and they used a bunch of different injections and got him up. Now when I went back about a year later, when my dog came in heat, I bred him Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and I ended up with 2 dogs, Mongoose and Beauty. And he had one more litter out of Dallas behind that. He had 5 puppies, 5 dogs. And after that, as he was through with him, he's like, hey, he got what he, because he had 40 dogs up there, out of them up there on that mountain when I went up there, not more. Yeah.
Then everybody on the yard was off of G.
Yeah. He had bred him to some of everything. But guess what? He didn't have not one Mayfield nigger dog up there then. Ain't that something?
Wow.
And because when I took Don up there and he saw and he liked it and told about it, he was like, man, I like her. She looked like a male dog, you know, undershot, this and that. Yeah. Man, I like that. He said, this could be an interesting breeding. He said, look, the breeding wasn't right anyway. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, you know, he said, you know, he said, but when she came out with that red-nosed dog, Mongo, he was shocked. He was amazed. He said, man, I get dogs out of him like that when I inbreed. He said, man, how I breed him like this here? This supposed to be our cross, and he come up with a dog like that. But see, you don't know. You have no idea, man. These guys, you don't know. They may have been closer than you thought. You know, they may have been closer kin than you could think, and you not know.
Mm-hmm. Because the way they was breeding them. It's just amazing how some of these damn papers, you know, when you look at the dogs, they damn near fit the papers, you know, and then you look at the papers and be like, you know, it's a dispute on the papers, but there's no doubt about the dog.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
And the next thing you know, they have been able to create bloodlines off of papers that really, based on the dog probably not even bred like the papers, but based on the dog, you got to go with the papers and the dog. If you're gonna try to build a line off of it based on the dog.
I know. But you know, hey, that's how it is. But man, listen, man, I'm done my work, been at work all day today and this and that, man. I just thought I'd call in, and you were saying the guys were trying to show, you know, I don't go anywhere, man. I run across a couple of these guys and this and that, man. I sit back and look at them talk and shake my head, man. They have no idea, no understanding. You know.
Go ahead, elaborate on that.
Some of them got all the money in the world and don't have. It's a joke. But that's why those guys like that was never invited at those little you know, common gatherings. Even though they spending big money with those guys buying dogs, and then you spend big money with the guy, you know, we didn't spend nothing. Our thing was strictly respect. They respected us, regardless of what they said behind our back.
That's true.
You know, we went to several places, and Russian Bill took them, and they get there and they start laughing this and that because the people thought we were white guys. They thought we was white, and they looked at Bill, and Bill fall out laughing and say, "Well, so you told me to bring them. You didn't ask what color they were." You know. And when it happened like that, regardless of what, you know, being present, whatever, because of the dog thing, it came about respect, you know, from the dog.
True.
You know, so you know, we would leave those places like that, and the first thing they would say, "Hey man, y'all welcome back. Y'all welcome." You know. And that came from a respect.
I mean, we actually grew. I mean, and based on the way these guys came through, it definitely had a big impact. You know what I mean? Because for them to have great dogs, now they got to beat them very same guys that they were selling dogs to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they got their way in by winning. You know, a lot of those guys out there, you know, Vietnam, you know what I'm saying? Mao, I mean, y'all guys came out of the old era, and with that connection to, you know, y'all was really the first to really started linking the old guys into the new guys. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
they was weaned into getting the blacks and the whites together. You know what I'm saying? They was weaned into that, especially the old school.
And one guy that I did not meet, a guy here that gave me a lot of knowledge, Mike Evans, he's been gone now. He was a guy that hung out down there with Barbara Hall, traveled with Barbara Hall, and one guy that I wanted to meet was Chicken Sam. I know you don't hear stories about him, Twin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, down there. He was down in some little town in Texas. He had the garbage rights. This guy owned like 9 or 10 garbage trucks. They said he was just extraordinary. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, yeah, and just like Superfly every day. It was silk suit, had his hair laid down to the side, silk suit, all that kind of stuff. You know, when he came home out that garbage truck, he got in his limo, and he had a bodyguard.
And he had dogs.
Yeah, man. Yeah, was real good in the dog game. Was real good in the dog game down there. So, Bob Lim, the meal maker, when I met him, and he got to talking about it. And when these guys talk about it, man, their eyes would just light up and they shake their head, you know, because they all had a story. The ones that knew them, they had a story, you know. Come to the pit site, pull his silk suit off, slip down to a silk long boxer, silk t-shirt, and get in there and handle the dog. Yeah. When the girl will bring him a bucket of soap and water, he wash up right there at the side of the box, dry off, and put his silk suit or whatever he had on, he can put it back on, pad and walk off. Hey, man, just to listen to them guys that know the stories, man, you would fall out the boy. I didn't make this guy right here. Man. And he had plenty of money because the dude owned the garbage right. They say he had about 9 or 10 garbage trucks. He had the garbage rights or something. He got the garbage rights to that town. Man, don't you know that was money?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
When you go to writing your book, man, are you gonna do your research, man, or do I got to write the book, man, and grab you? I mean, there's so many other guys that I think, you know, the new Mayfields. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're still going back so far back. You know what I mean?
I didn't get a chance.
I'm trying to build for the future.
And that's another guy that I wish that I could have sat down with somewhere. You know, I wish I could have sat down. Man. You know, because here's a guy, man, that Tombstone died on the job. But shit, you don't see Tombstone pretty good enough on his dog.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, you don't see Tombstone nowhere on none of them dogs. But you get the inbreeding that stuff, you'll see a lot of dogs that are come up and look just like him.
That secret sauce, he wasn't telling nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, he had tombstone. But you don't see not one dog on his arm with tombstone name on it.
Now, who you talking about?
Huh?
You talking about Don?
No, Mayfield.
Yeah, Don Mayfield, right, okay.
Yeah.
So he had tombstone and you don't see no dogs off of him.
No, you don't see not one pedigree off of it. You know. But now, when you get to inbreed that base for stuff, you inbreed enough. When you inbreed, those dogs that look just like him, the color of him, they'll pop up just like that. Boop, boop, boop.
I got a question. With all those yards you've been on, right? Could you tell, was it the love of the dogs or was it the love of the fraternity? What do you think it was?
Oh, the fraternity or the dog?
Yeah.
Oh man, it was the dog. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was the love of the dog, man.
Okay.
Yeah, those guys, Ray Long, these guys, man, they put every little inch into them dogs. You know, that was the second life. Like mine was where I fought back in the day. Man, that was that second life there, man.
Yeah. That's what I was explaining to everybody where you got on, how, it's like, it's still like having another part of the family. Because you got to do something, you get responsible for that every day. I had to go out and feed the dogs every day. I would do it. I would do it twice a day because I would go out and clean up shit. I don't like shit on my ground.
And then they started having a weight pool contests and stuff like that. Man, that stuff was great. The confirmation shows, the weight pool contests. Oh man, so that made it even better.
I'm glad you said that because we was just talking about that as far as trying to get the guys to understand it's not always about the competition. Even you would be amazed at some of the competition and the weight pullings and them treadmill runs and that type of stuff. It's real exciting.
Oh man, listen, oh man, I enjoy myself in the confirmation shows, the weight pulling contest and all. Oh man, I haven't had a chance to really get them, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure and I haven't had any information on them lately. Are they still jumping around from certain places, man? That's the thing real dog man need to get into, man. Get the confirmation shows, man. The weight pulling contest,
Right. I just don't. Everybody's not sanctioned through ADBA, and that's what I don't want. I don't want it to be sanctioned by ADBA. I want to be sanctioned by our own type of fraternity, where regardless of how you're registered, because a lot of these shows they be having sanctioned by ADBA, and a few guys was like they can't compete because their dogs are not ADBA registered.
Right.
So a lot of people don't do ADBA, so it's like we need our own.
And back in the day, I mean, that's all good and stuff, and it's understandable for us to respect. But back in the day, a lot of those shows weren't that I went to, they were not sanctioned like that by ADBA. They were put together, construction real good, just well done and stuff like that. But some of those shows we went to, it was back in the day. You know, APBT didn't sanction all of them that we went to, man. But you had people that was real business minded and stuff that put it together, man, and dotted all the I's across all the T's. Mm-hmm. And man, those were some fun weekends, man. Confirmation show, man. Those dogs, man. Guys got the dogs looking good. Weight pulling contest, man. Oh, you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Hey, before y'all get started, I got a shout out to my man Tony Montano with the super chat and the 10-piece. This question's for you, 3M and you, Mo. He says, let's clear up what it means to love the dogs, but to love the breed more. There is a difference. What do you say about that? I'll let you go ahead and comment on that first, 3M.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, love the dog. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. These guys took a lot of stuff out of context, man, with this, you know. I don't want to get into it. You understand what I'm saying? And don't understand about the foundation of what it really is. But like I say, you know, they can read books, they can understand, but I was blessed, like, to deal with Mr. Wallace until he died, and Pat Carver, and Ray Long, and Crenshaw, and you know what I'm saying, and Larry Combs that's still around, and you know Bobby Holland that's still around, you know people like this stuff that's around, you know what I'm saying, and you know people like that we was going, you know stuff like that, man, you know, and Randy, you know Randy was a guy, man, that my mom was a guy that really some of those old people he met, man. He ran into some guys that got their dogs from the guys that came over here on the boat and all that stuff. Man, he got a chance to run and meet guys like that at one time. You know, when you sit up and talk to him, if you make him remember and remind him, man, you get him to tell you about some of that stuff like that. That's really out there. You know. Mm-hmm. That's you know what I'm saying. So yeah, but I'm gonna sign off, man. I just gave a little knowledge and just another little history about this and that, man.
Okay, man. Thank you for coming on. Next time I'm trying to get you and Randy on, you and Mama on together.
Oh man, you know, L.A. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you've been saying L.A. You saying it,
man. You know, the you know, we were talking to L.A. L.A. owned that Rambo dog that was an outstanding dog. And they get to talking, we talking to some guys, and they get to talking about, so, well, he didn't produce. He said, no, he didn't produce, you know, and this and that and that and that. And then, so he could say, yes, he did produce. So people don't even know that L.A. had a legitimate sister, the champion alligator. Stuff like that, you know. You know, he had dogs off of Art, you know, Art sister, mama, and stuff like that. Man, he can tell you stuff that would just blow your mind. You know. So, when I bought my dog, Bully Girl, Rebel Dog, Michael George said, hey, it's the guy down here that's on Little Make the Red Boy. You know, he didn't turn out this and that. I had no idea it was L.A. You understand what I'm saying? and he had all those dogs off Art dogs. Man, different stuff like that he had, man, that was just out of this world. Then, you know, and like when we finally met, you know, he said, dang, said, man, you know, if y'all came down there then, I probably would have gave y'all some of them Art dogs, take back home with you, you know, stuff like that, you know. You know, he had dogs off of Copperhead and just, man, just you know, when he sit down and sit, and it's amazing just some of the stuff. And I was like, the devil you know, like, yeah.
I know when he lived out in Ohio, he had some great dogs.
Oh, man, he was moving around a lot.
Yeah.
Then you know, he went to the Carolinas. So when he was down in Carolina, that was doing probably about 82. That was during the time when I went down there and bought Willie Girl for Michael Jordan, you know, and because he kept on saying, he said, man, listen, let's go down here and see Mark. I didn't know it was him, Marvin. He said, then right past him is Old Man Teal. Let me call, let's go down there and meet these guys. But me, you know, we was in a hurry, you know, weekend. We been down there for the weekend for 7 days, you know, I'm finna buy this stuff. We finna head on back. You know, just wasn't thinking. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know. Let's go down and meet Old Man Teal and talk to him. You know, my mind wasn't thinking like, oh, stop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's go down here and talk to him. You know, stuff like that.
Wow. And now,
yeah.
I'm gonna
But you know, y'all have fun on you know, just a little knowledge, man. Y'all just keep it going, just keep it right. Well, you know, some of these folks so far here, man, they have no understanding about certain things, but you know, that's just the way it is. But yeah, I've nice talking with some of you guys that want to listen, and I'm gonna move on and gonna do what I gotta do. You know, now LA at this point have gotten his hands back on some real old dogs. Matter of fact, Foster, well, I went and picked the dog up, and the Foster said he was letting, he said, I'm gonna let you and Rand in LA get the last of all my old stuff. And I know now that he's getting some dogs, he's getting a lot of sperm put up. LA's getting a lot of sperm put up off some dogs right now, and have some breeds that he's making, and stuff. And might be some available for long. I bred up a couple of them. I've inbred some dogs off of the Mayweather stuff, which is the mechanic stuff. Of that on that, I like that. I got a bit that off of Snowman that made a breeding with my friend. Now I'm waiting for her to come and heat. I'm going to take that and breed that back to some of my old stuff that Baby has up there. And we just go watch and see what happens and just keep some of this blood going.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, my guy Marcus, that had the Batman dog and stuff, you know, and they'll say, well, you know what, well, you know, they'll talk about this about my, well, you know, I never had no problem with it. I met Marcus in the 80s. Marcus dog, people don't understand. Marcus had the little mate, Goodnight. Goodnight was the little mate of Banjo's mom. Then he took that dog, and he ended up with Peach's Bad News Bell. And he bred Goodnight to Bad News Bell. And when he did that, that was it. Boom. You hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so we, you know, always, you know, he always get what I got on my yard. I used to always go down there and he'd be like, man, take this dog with you, take that dog with you, know, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and a lot of stuff we didn't say nothing about, you know, just say like, you know, we never did tell nobody about the dog. We had so many dogs to do nothing with them. You know, so we had little dogs over here out of our stuff and the old man raised their own stuff. But couldn't do nothing with it. You know, didn't nobody want to give us, pay us decent, and we weren't really out there like that. But you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So now the back, there's some stuff going out there, you know. I got, Randy still got some good blood off of Miles Davis. It's looking real good. He's tightened it up with a lot of Mayfield stuff, different type of nigga stuff. And it looks real good. And, you know, we just kind of swapping stuff in and out and stuff that done got. So, we're going to see what happens. Of course, you know, I'm going to let you know, I'm probably just go throw one or two up there to you, Queen, and this and that. You know how it goes.
But you start that shit. Now, remember, me and you just talked about that, didn't we? Me and you just talked about that shit. Now, all of a sudden, you done set it out there over the air, and we finna get a ton of damn messages. So don't get mad when I be calling you. Yo, man, you gonna start calling some of these damn people back or what? You put it out there, you tease them, then all of a sudden you want to disappear. That's what Carter come in today. What he called it? Twin, I know they've been asking about me. I said, you made that comment about, yeah, you been bred all that shit and they walk right by you. So now we get a ton of damn phone calls. You don't want to return the damn calls. And look at him. He done turned right around and did the same shit again.
Hey, well, you know, when it comes to them calls, you know, I'm just a retired old guy out of that, and we just breed, you know, we try to get together just to breed up some old blood. This and that and that and this, you know, and that's what we're doing. So, you know how it is.
Okay.
That's all it is.
It's all good. Cause that's all we're doing is trying to keep the breed right. So.
Yeah. That's all it is. You know. But yeah, man, and so I get with you, man. So I'll chat with you. I'll tell you, you know, whenever you decide to come down, you know, you're not gonna go back on empty hand. I'm just gonna grab something and put it in your hand.
Well, you already know that's true. I gotta come down that way anyway. I'm gonna start off in North Carolina, then I'm gonna head your way.
Okay, that's cool.
Cool?
That's cool.
All right, big bro.
All right, bro.
Y'all take it easy.
You too, man. Thank you for stopping in, man. Always welcome. Hey, yo, shout out to my big bro, Triple M. That was a good one. Hey, what was that question, Mike? I can address it because I know he asked, so I'm gonna make sure I get that super chat in. Yeah.
He was like, clear up what it means to love the dogs, but love the breed more. There is it.
Oh yeah, the dog is a personal thing. You know, the dog is a personal thing. Love the breed, you know what I'm saying, it's like being a Marine, you know. That's, you know, just to be that bulldog, that in itself, like a Marine, you know, the few, the proud, you know, there's a reason why, you know, people in the world fear that group of soldiers. And I said the same thing about the dog. The American Pit Bull Terrier is that Marine to me. You know, it should be the Marine Corps mascot, you know. But that's the breed. That's the dog. The dog itself. When I go to the dog itself, like I love Brad, I love the Prairie Mom, I love it in my yard. You know, that's personal. The breed in itself that's the egg. The nucleus is the love for those particular dogs, my love for those dogs. But the breed, that's the overall sell to the whole thing. You know, my love for the dog because of the gameness and the things that I've seen them do, you know, and the things that they are able to do. You know, and that goes for any dog as far as, you know, want a guard dog. There's what I consider a great guard dog. You know, it's a group. So it's like when I talk about Malinois or Dobermans or German Shepherds, you know, that's a group of a breed of a dog, okay? My love for the breed of the bulldog is, you know, I love guard dogs, don't get me wrong, but in soldiers in arms, got to be that bulldog. That pit bull is, you know, it's a man. You know, we're not even talking about curds. We're not even talking about the game part of it. You know, because when you start talking about the game part of it, you know, that's the part that really got me. The part that y'all don't understand. A lot of you don't understand that part. I mean, even when we talk about P. Carver, Maurice Carver, you know, Marlowe, James Crenshaw, when we name all these names, it's that part right there. That a lot of you will never understand that part. And you know, some of us call it a fraternity. You know, we even got a name, you know, the game dog. You know, but that's a whole circle in history all up. That is the actual everything to the American Pit Bull. Everything. That's everything. I don't care what you got on your yard. Y'all will never understand, you know, the big picture of that American Pit Bull Terrier. The big picture. The only ones that can really get the full impact of what it really is, is those guys that went out there and used. The ones that really had to get in there and get the work to even be worth talking about, let alone even relevant, that we can even bring up in a conversation. Those are the guys that you can go and ask them or ask me. You know, what do I feel, you know, the difference is between the dog, the self, and then the American Pit Bull Terrier. You know, I love my American Pit Bull Terriers, but I love the breed because I am one of those guys. One of those guys that was able to step into that nucleus, the thing that makes all this other stuff possible. There's only a small nucleus. Remember, everything else is big around it. Look at this big ass earth, but there's a middle that's hot as hell. And it's what makes this thing work. The American Pit Bull Terrier, the nucleus of the American Pit Bull Terrier. And why I love them so much is the dog man who used them. That's what I love. Like the soldiers that went out there to be all, you know, I was talking about hearing people, thank you for your service, that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I look at those bulldogs the same damn way.
I mean, your son been just real fast. Twin, y'all have any blackjack though?
Deep South gave me a Deep South. We came back with Lumpy. We came back with a son of blackjack, and yeah, he became a champion. Yeah, no, yeah, there was a blackjack dog that came back with Lumpy. And that dog did become a champion off of blackjack. So, you know, he wasn't a growing hard dog, but neither was Lumpy now. Lumpy didn't make it on my yard. Lumpy was just, you know, the connection that, you know, went up to James and he got a chance to bring some dogs back from James Crenshaw. And it was the blackjack dog that came back with Lumpy. Lumpy came back full of gator puppies in and came back with a son off of blackjack. And the dog that I had, I was conditioning for my boys, you know, he was off of blackjack and he was a multi-winner off the chain. You know, I can't even say he was really off the chain. You know, anytime you give a week in advance and y'all meet up on a Saturday and y'all put it on and y'all put them on that scale, to me, you know, the dog had won 3 or 4 like that. And, you know, I was going to put him in shape and I ended up losing him during the key. You know, an honest mistake, but a deadly mistake. But he was off of blackjack and he was good. Blackjack threw some good ass dogs. I mean, to little be known, you know, I remember I had Shirley. You know, we had dogs off of Shirley. We knew what they was missing. Blackjack was a complete bulldog off of Gator. And what added the Gator to what made Blackjack was that Shirley shit. Going back into that damn Red Boy Jeep shit. That's all those Bosco dogs needed. That's all they needed. That's all they needed. Don't think, if you know, we lost a lot of those dogs, so we never did get a chance to take our Amber Yellow John dog and take them back into those dogs like Dusty and them. We didn't have those dogs to do it with. Once they took off with Judo and Mikey, there was no studs on our yard. You know what I mean? If you ain't a champion or a winner, we ain't breeding that shit anyway. we had Timex, but even in Timex, importance wasn't important to me until we start winning. Remember Timex and Grand Champion Satan, they should have been out there together winning. The Timex was just as good as Satan. I mean, Timex was a little bully. You know, he wasn't big as his brother, but he was a perfect size. He wasn't no joke. So, you know, Blackjack is the perfect cross. That's why he was able to produce. You know, when I look at Shirley and Blackjack's pedigree, I always said that's what Shirley's puppies needed. They needed a shot, and I always said that afterwards because I had the Jeep bitch on the yard. I had Shirley dogs on the yard. And I can tell you, if I'd have had those dogs on the yard when I bought in that Yellow John shit, I would have got the same kind of Blackjack dogs to produce Blackjack. Because we sitting there with the dogs before Jack White. Remember, we can go back 2 generations straight to Shirley. Yeah. Now, let me show y'all. There was question in how Blackjack was bred, but kind of knew how Blackjack. Those who don't know. Now I'll pull him up here. James was another guy who loved his damn dogs too. He loved his shit. Dang, I forgot I had that up here. Okay, my fault, guys. Hey, this is Blackjack's pedigree. Plus and minus. Okay. There you go, fellas. See that breeding right there? That's the show I was talking about. There's Shirley 2, Shirley 2. I don't see a little Bosco in here no. Where's she at? Just seen her. But there's a bunch of them. See, there's one in here. And there's a Shirley 2 there. Okay. Okay. There they go. See Shirley 2. All these dogs right here is Shirley 2. See little Bosco? Bosco and Missy. Same dogs, right? Same dogs as Amber. That breeder was done by James Pope. Breeder James Pope. Okay, just wanted to take y'all back so we can go back to blackjack. And that's blackjacks. See that? That's amber. All blackjack, all this stuff down here at the bottom, to me, all it needed was some of this up here. Now, this was a good cross to amber. Big Casey, that was a good cross. But to me, the factor wasn't, this was good, but this what made it better. Gator and that match dog and that dog. You got all whim, too many all whims up in there. You see that right there? You have to accredit that. See, when you go looking for something down here and saying, well, blackjack, he had Shirley to him, but see, yes, and he was off of Bosco, and yeah, but that's not the factor. The factor is all this stuff here. Know that because we did, remember that Dusty and Bill Bosco. Right, we did all this. You know, see all this right here, that was a factor. All that right there. When you got all this going on right there and you're using this right here, you're going to see something in your litters. Maybe not 100% fact, but if you got something to work with down here, this up here plays a big part, whether it's down here or up there. These here things makes a difference if you're trying to create a line.
Shout out to my man Zechariah23 with the super chat. Appreciate the love with the 5 piece fam. He says, how many signatures do we need to get the twins to make an Instagram account?
What am I supposed to do with an Instagram?
I mean, man, we gotta get somebody to manage the damn Facebook account.
Right. Yeah, you gotta get somebody to do the Facebook and the Instagram. I'm pretty sure. You know, anybody's welcome. You know, we old dudes. You know, come on now. I would love to do it and help you do it, but I don't know how to do it, fellas. But see, this is the key to blackjack right here. Right there. And I get it, they props. You know, and I showed you what Shirley was doing. Shirley was making match dogs. She was making match dogs. And you see was amber right there. Kimsey Woods didn't even breed her. That was a James Pope. This is Pope's dog. When he made this breeding here, he never got Shirley back. He never got her back. He got the litter, but he did not get her back because Pope sold her. But when he bred the Bosco, he sent those puppies down there, but it was Pope's dog. Pope made the breeding. Pope was the one that had the puppies. Pope was the one who gave us our puppy. Pope had his puppies. He had the whole litter. I seen the whole litter. So I saw Amber too when she was a puppy. But they was good match dogs. All I say about them is, you know, you got to look at, you know, the Gator stuff. I went into one, and he was every bit that. Then his little mate sister produced a champion and grand champion. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Gator was able. This is the factor to blackjack, and this is why blackjack was able to produce. This is why blackjack is a registered married. His daddy is a registered married. His daddy is registered married. His daddy is registered married, and his daddy. How many generations is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five generations of registered marrieds. See, that's the key. Why not? Why shouldn't he be? What was the number 1 and 2 dog for years, many years? Jeep, Buck, and Yellow. Maybe not Yellow down before the journal went down, but Yellow was still on the top. Yellow's daddy, Yellow John, was in the top 10. So when you look at these type of dogs, one thing you have to understand, people, these dogs have producing power. You gotta look at these old dog breedings, man. You don't see, you got Maurice Carver and them back there in the back. You got James Crenshaw and them back there in the back. You got James Garrett and them. Look how old this shit is. This is the old stuff. So when we start talking about the old days, you know, we still talking about Finley's Bow. So what we're going to be talking about 20 years from now, we ain't going to get no further than blackjack? Are we going to have a 6-way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is there a sun out there? Off of blackjack? With pages full? We're going to go down there and check, all right? You know, I know the main ones. Yeah, I see that POR there, y'all, but I don't jump on those. I go to this one. And we'll take a peek. That's a champion brick. Okay, we see brick. I mean, he got enough pages, don't he, though? Old brick. Right. Yeah, I don't know nothing about all this. I know that's Schoolboy right there. That's Pow right there. But you see, that's a good producing line, you know? Maybe. I mean, I'm looking for the registered married, you know. PORs are good. It's just that these are the newer dogs, so you don't know which one is what. You know, that's the hard thing. A lot of these one-time winners, you know, you can't pick up a journal, you can't pick up nothing. So there's a lot of this stuff. It's going to be real hard to deal with in the years to come because, you know, anybody can be a POR or registered merit these days. Well, I'm just going to go back on this one here. But Blackjack, his top half it was the key. I know about Shirley. Shirley produced match dogs. That's one thing that they did do very well down here. That they did very well.
James Jones said, "Weird Jack is a."
Yeah, okay. Weird Jack, that's right. You're right. So Weird Jack would have been six generations. You notice we looked in here, we didn't even see Weird Jack. You notice that? Maybe we ain't go through all the pages. Y'all talking about a whole lot of damn pages. My fellas, I'm looking for Weird Jack, so we got a couple more pages, all right? There you go. Woodall. They just like Blackjack, don't it? And you look at the pedigree, look how it's bred. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 generations. And you see all that help? You see how it works? These are the kind of dogs that produce history-making dogs. And as we continue to show you, when it comes to reading these pedigrees, we keep throwing them up. There's always that word, formula. It always pops up. There's a certain way. Now imagine these guys who was back there in the day. Had a lot to work from. And like I was saying before, the nucleus. That pedigree won't mean nothing without the nucleus, because it's the nucleus to the pedigree. What is the nucleus to this pedigree? The fact of the matter. What is the fact of the matter? Love the dog, but you got to love the game. And because that's the only thing that's moving forward. This right here is the game. These accolades, though, that's the game. Only these right here can do these things we see right up here. This is why we always turn into these pedigrees. And we always turn into these great dogs to see, okay, they all have something in common. They was all built on some type of formula, especially if it was continuing pedigree. It was worth a damn. Worth us talking about. Worth us putting up on the screen. This is the nucleus of the game, right here. I can talk about your papers and all that other mess, but the nucleus of the game is them CHs and GRs, CHs, and all M's and PORs. That's the nucleus. That's the part that I love. It's everything, the main piece. It's just the dogs in themselves. The ability to be able to produce and win is the nucleus of the American Pit Bull Terrier. You know, we can talk about treadmilling and confirmations, and that's all well and good, but that is not what the American Pit Bull was built on, nor the standards of the American Pit Bull. We are forced to accept that as a changing factor in the time to come. Just like there's no more slavery, there will be no more pit bulls that's recognized as champions and grand champions in the near future if we don't do something about it. You know what I'm saying? That's the bottom line. It'll be around, you know, and it'll be done in a different way. You know, they say we're not slaves no more, but they'll go through what slaves used to go through. Maybe a little not as bad, but we still have those issues. Also, which nationality you are. We all had some type of suppressing, and this is what's being pressed on the game. The American Pit Bull is being suppressed. It's being squeezed out. It's being taken from what really made the nucleus of the Pit Bull is being taken away. They're trying to remove it and leave y'all with nothing but a shell. And with all this money in the air and everybody throwing these papers around and not enough nucleus, you know, all you got is an outer shell or what? We still talking about Finley's Bowl. We still talking about Mr. Finley. We still talking about Don Mayfield. But what about guys like us? The Nates and the Joel Abrahams. And, you know, remember we're past Don and them now. We should be past the twins and Abrahams and the McNasties and the Garcias and the Rams. We should be past all that now. Where are the new names? You know, those new names we don't have because they're not out there. The only fragments of what is meant to be out there. And the bad thing about that right there, there's no classifications or verification. As long as you don't have a classification or verification, there's always going to be question. You know, you can get 20 people to come in here and say this and that, but until you be able to see it in writing with some kind of stamp of approval behind it, it's not going to mean 2 cents. Why you think everybody's registering with different registries just to have that piece of paper? And when that piece of paper and that nucleus doesn't matter no more, then y'all just killed the nucleus. You have killed the nucleus because that's the whole point of the dog game. That's the part that I love most. Can't love a dog if I don't love the nucleus of it. And you're right. There is 2 pieces to that puzzle. I love the dog, but I love the dog game even more. Without the nucleus, I couldn't love the dog. But it's all about the dog. The nucleus of the dog that makes me love the dog. You know what I'm saying? Why twin gotta have this type of dog? Because it's the nucleus of success. We have showed you pedigree after pedigree of many famous dogs, some not as famous, some even great. And many histories going all the way back. But as we come forward, you notice that nucleus used to be visible. Not visible no more. So we can't hold the same standards to what we had back then to what y'all have now. You know, 20 years from now, we'll still be talking about Don Mayfield because we can't move no further up. There's not enough conversation or written material about Abraham and McNasty and the twins and And you know, you go out there and try to find it. Vietnam, Strictly Business, Gator Boy, Geno Boys, Yankee Boys, RC and the So-So Boys. There's so many of them are just as great, if not greater, than James Crenshaw, all the rest of those guys out there. To be honest, it's not a, we got new kids on the block, hardcore, Stone City. You know? I mean, Chico don't even fall into that category. As much as he talked to y'all, trust me, he's not even in that category of those names. Right. Y'all don't really, y'all look into Chico's pedigrees and Chico didn't make that. Those are hardline dog men that made that pedigree, and all he's doing is sucking off the brand, you know, and being a good salesman. And he's been a salesman all his life, so he can sell anything, and he knows how to promote it. He's a smart man, and I've seen how they worked at him, but that doesn't have nothing to do with the nucleus. They can tell you they love the dog game. Why? Because it's making you money. You tried your hand out there to play in the real world with us, and you know your luck wasn't that good. You're not going to walk around and ask Chico, does he have a winning record when the only winning record he may have is somewhere overseas that we can't verify. He sure couldn't win shit here because of how good they was bred. You know, we talk about Macho Buck, but we can, but we can't seem to figure up that 5. Figure out maybe 3, and because he whipped that champion, you know, all of a sudden it became 5. You know, y'all can ride on that. But, you know, you can't put him in the same category as Mayday. You can't put him in there with Yellow Buck or Nico Jr. or, you know, none of them. He just didn't, you know, and he produced good dogs. He did, but he didn't produce great dogs. That he didn't do. That means you look at everything from Yellow Buck and keep on going up, you'll see the great dogs. That's what carries a line. You know, there's a lot of good inbreeding and you're getting a lot of good dogs, but he's getting a lot of help. Y'all don't forget that. Them dogs work good with help. You seen all like the little breeders with my Stone City Mayday dogs. Look at them. They was the first experiment. Even in the Eli dog, they're adding the sprinkles. Everybody's getting that help. And once you figure out what that help is, you're dealing with a whole new great line of dogs. And that's what makes the game even better because, see, when we start off with the nucleus, we got to start off with them boys coming from Ireland, bringing all that shit over here, coming through our port. And what they bought up them ships, we turned into American Pit Bull Terriers. They didn't come over here as no American Pit Bull Terrier. They became an American Pit Bull Terrier on American soil. So what they did and what they built and the legacy that these dogs have gained based on what they did back then. For all different likes. These ain't gangsters and all that stuff, and these are businessmen, and, you know, it's like fishing, a sport. You know, we all got that growl in us. You know, but that's what a lot of us, and most of us, when I say a lot of us, I'm talking about a hunter. We definitely have to love it more. Because we go through the heartache. The wins, to lose your dog, to lose your dog. You know, and that's for all the work. Remember, we can't talk about you if you didn't do nothing. So, you know, you got to get a credit to the people. When I open my mouth and say, yo, kennel name, then you best believe I got the utmost respect, even if they're not as great as everybody else. But they going to get that respect from me because they put in the work. Until y'all understand what the work is, it's not got nothing to do with what y'all doing out there in the backyard. Nothing to do with none of that. It has everything to do with putting the work in. When you put the work in, you get winners, you breed, you produce more winners. You put the work in, you're getting more winners, you produce, you get more winners. You got to put the work in. Every one of those things had to put the work in. And that's the fraternity. Without that circle there, the legacy is gone. That's the legacy. That's the nucleus. If you got to love the nucleus, if you don't understand the nucleus, you're not a part of the nucleus, how you gonna love something you never had? The bottom line, remember, you might have the outer shell, you might have the crust, but you don't have the nucleus. Nucleus is the results. That's what has always been the foregoing part of what we love about this game. The results. The results that matter, the results that moves history on ahead. Okay, Mike.
Okay, our poll tonight, fellas. Before we get into this closing her down, I'm gonna deal with the poll tonight, Mo. Here we go, we had 201 voters up to this point.
Wow.
Question was, why do you own American Pit Bull Terrier? A, for the love of the breed, got 80%. B, because you grew up around them, was 15%. C, to be part of the fraternity was 4%. And D, to make some money was 0%. Well, we know most of our viewers has got to be some type of dog, man.
For real.
Because it can't be for the money. Good job for all my people who participate in the poll. It's important that you be honest, and it gives us a better look that we still love the animals. We still love the breed.
It's the breed that you love. What was the breed?
The breed was 80%.
80%. You know what? That's the nucleus. You can't do nothing but admire the nucleus. What is the nucleus? Now, are you part of the nucleus?
I'm glad everybody was aware that I did not say dog. I put breed there. And that's what made that so interesting for me, because I think I would have had a different outcome if I put dog there, because some of these dogs didn't make it, man.
Right. You know, everybody don't make it to the core. So, that's when you said how much do you love the dog.
That depends on the
that's
dog.
A personal thing there. I love the yard. But, when you come down to twin, what do you love about your yard? I love all my dogs on the yard.
It means they're still on the yard.
It means they're on the yard. You want to get a little deeper than that, then you would go with twin. Well, what dog did you like the most? I liked it my winners the most. I liked it my producers the most. I love the yard. But, dogs that can move into history, I love them even more. Why? Because I put the work in there. They became part of the nucleus. They are part of the nucleus. They are part of history. Can't take that away. So the most important part we should all love is the nucleus, because without it, there is no American Pit Bull Terrier. And all the guys that put and built and created and maintained that nucleus is the key to the future, to the game.
All right, fella, we at that time in the show. I'm not going to let him run off all night tonight. We're going to do it like this. I need y'all to give me some special shouts out to my man M, the Triple M, for coming through. He happens to be sitting back listening, and he wants to stop in and have an input, and that's big for us, because that still lets us know they still sitting back, showing up to the show. But for my dog lovers out there, my Shark Tank, my people, especially my Shark Tank, I need y'all to Give me some thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. My souls, my souls, my souls. Roses, roses. I need them damn roses. Yes. Well, show the love, fellas. Show the love. Special love for my guest tonight. Thank you, sirs.
Yeah, special thanks to Triple M, man. Hey guys, I heard what Mike was saying earlier, man, about look here guys, we really do want to start putting some things together and some events. So, you know, y'all can settle for this and y'all happy with this, then fine, support the channel. You want to support the games, support that nucleus, then we have to get away from this here. You know, this is a storytelling story here out here. This is not the nucleus of the game. This has nothing to do with the nucleus of the American Pit Bull Terrier. This is a history, entertainment purposes only.
Let them know, Mom.
Right?
Live by the disclaimer.
Yeah, you gotta continue to live by the disclaimer. But this is not the nucleus. If you love the nucleus, that means the love the breed, the dog themselves. What made those dogs? You gotta accept the most important part. If it don't be for people like us that's taking them out there winning with them, you never know. You wouldn't be talking about. You wouldn't. But because the way they are, and these are the dogs that we talk about, this is the game, and this is why we love the game. Because of the work that we put in, and the dogs that came out through that work. So I'm very proud to be part of history. I'm not a big part, but I'm a part. And a lot of the guys we was dealing with, wow, that's big. That's the thing. That's big enough, that's way a whole lot to go on a shirt. That's big. You know, so, hey, you know, that's real important, guys. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand that, you know, the nucleus. You know, without a crowd, you can't have fans. There's nothing wrong with being fans. You know, y'all definitely part of the crust and the whole of the game, because everybody aren't part of the nucleus. You're part of the whole element of the dogs. That's what you're a part of. You're part of the element of the American Pit Bull Terrier. We have those outer shells, but the whole nucleus of it, man, is the guys that put in the work. Don't ever forget that. Give your breeders credit, but your breeder can't have no credit if it don't be for the worker. It don't be for that guy that went out there and took his chance to make those dogs relevant. Those are the nucleuses of this game. This is what we love about these dogs. It was that part right there. That art of war. That art of building gladiators. Building a building program. Learning how to condition your soldiers to go out there and win. And then to have a lineage of being able to do that. As well as these guys have done it for so many years. That's the nucleus of the game. That's the part, you know, that how can you love it if you don't really know what it feels like? But you're still a part of it. It's still all part of a situation that we all gotta love, and that's the dogs themselves. The game is only the nucleus of the game. You know, respect those who have built that much. You know, love the dogs, but respect the nucleus. You know, you gotta respect the nucleus. If you're gonna love it, you're gonna have to respect the nucleus, because without that nucleus, you know, they're no different than everybody else. Really. They're called American Pit Bull Terriers, not American Pet Terriers. know what I mean? They're not that. They're called American Pit Bull Terriers. And there's a reason why they're named that. It's all related to the nucleus. Don't forget that. Yes, sir. I want to tell them about my memories so bad because I still ain't got over my jury. Gone.
All right, fellas. Good show tonight. Hopefully, it was like more of a learning experience, something we generally don't talk about. But then I'm glad we do talk about it. You know, we got, you know, some things to do, as you know, listening to the 3M tonight, you know, there's certain things that do come up, you know what I mean, to be totally outside the dog and more about the person. And that's what we was kind of like trying to deal with tonight as far as the past, the history, the love of the game, the love of the dog, the passion, and why you do what you do. And why do we do what we do? I guess we got a whole lot of different reasoning. But the bottom line is, the fact that you do what you do, there's got to be a reason. I think what Mo was trying to get you to understand, especially over here, you know, it's all right to love the dog. Yeah, we do love our dogs. But before we could love the dogs, we had to love the breed. You know, just the love of the breed got us to loving the breed so much that we wanted to have the best of the breed, which wound up being the dogs we wound up loving as individuals, because we did an accomplishments of the individual dog did for us. That's what we're trying to get you to understand, why the nucleus of the love got to always be the breed, because it's the nucleus of the breed that's going to bring us our best dogs. Can never get lost in that sauce, fellas. Got to always respect that part of the game, and that's just where we coming from today. You can hate it all you want. You can tree hug all you want. The fact is, they here, and we just here to make sure they stay for all the right reasons. You know what I'm saying? Because one damn thing for sure, if you get the right one, you're going to realize that he always, or she always, I mean, the right shit always scratch the wind. Y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up, man. Come on now. Y'all better act like y'all know. Appreciate everybody that came out tonight. Appreciate everybody who came up through the super chat. You know what I'm saying? I really, truly appreciate y'all doing that. You know, we get more and more people involved, and guess what? Y'all gonna see some of the new things that we doing. And I mean, I'm tired of really talking about it because, again, it's fixing to actually happen. That's just one of the things that we're fixing to, you know, bring out to the table. Because I did tell y'all I'm branding the Shark Tank, give a damn. We're actually trying to get together and get a bunch of these groups together, so start having some of these competition shows where we ain't got to have restrictions of why you just show up with your dog and you can't show your dog. We're trying to get away from all that. You know, so much craziness in the game. We can't start keep throwing restrictions on people wanting to get out there and not have a reason to want to hang out.
Right, we're gonna have our own sanctuary.
Right,
they gotta be registered under no particular.
They ain't got to be worried about all that damn. You know what I mean? We'll figure all that out. But first and foremost, we got to first learn how to get together and enjoy ourselves. And for all the people who've seen the picture of the yard, you know, everybody want. You know, I seen somebody commented about the lions and the tigers. But if you notice in the picture, it's going all the way down in the yard. That's 5.5 acres full of dogs, fellas. You know what I'm saying? You see, as far as you can see in them pictures, you're going to see dogs on each one of them trees. But all the way down to that very end down here, you walk out and look left, you see some of the biggest tigers and lions you ever going to see in your life.
Somebody said something about the lions.
Yeah.
We had lions.
Yeah, they were down there. They were down on the very, very end. Yeah, so we did. We definitely had a bunch of killers around each other. But they think maybe that made our dogs a little different. Because y'all ever hear a lion roar? I mean, it almost seemed like they'd be right outside your door.
Mm-hmm. Even when they breathing hard, you can even hear them breathing. I mean, oh shit. Yeah, I'm out there in the dark. I had to put a whole lot of lights out there. I could light up that whole backyard, y'all. Cause never knew when one of them big ass lions got loose. But the damn good thing was they would have had hell on that yard. Oh yeah. Cause you believe when them dogs heard that damn lion, them lions heard them dogs. You can believe that. You better calm the hell down over there. You better calm the hell down over there. You know what I mean? It was just one of them fun moments in our life that we used to laugh about. You know what I mean? What we do is a lion back there running loose, cause damn them dogs back there going the hell off. But yeah, fellas, up again. Appreciate everything everybody done. You know, as far as them super chats, definitely appreciate everybody for showing up. And you know, share the message, fellas. Remember, we can only tell a story, but our story is our story, ours, and we share it with you. But at some point, you know, can you be able to sit in the chair and be able to do and have a story and be, at least have a relevant story? You know, I see a lot of talking going on in the game, so I know, in the Shark Tank, so I know there's some old OGs out there. And if I can do anything for my old OGs, all they got to do is send me an email, because it's their voice is just as important as our voice. You know, we've given you a platform to get out here and tell your story if you want to tell your story.
Come on,
You need to come on the show and tell your story. The people that we know based on the game we play, they got their own stories. That's why we bring them on. So much information here, we all should be able to write a book. But I know I got some stories out there in that damn Shark Tank that need to be shared. Y'all should open up, share your story. As long as we got the platform, there's nothing wrong with it. So take advantage of the opportunity and let's try to help preserve this game, because guess what? We're all supposed to be on that, or why would y'all be in here? I mean, come on. That's the sole purpose of everybody being blue. We're all on the same page, fighting for the same right. We don't just show up, we show out. It's the Shark Tank. Bull sharks, they bite hard. Scratch all day. Don't become a chum. Y'all know the titles, y'all know everything that come with this. Represented hard. And always, again, always, keep doing what you're doing. And keep scratching the wind, baby. Everybody enjoy that weekend. We're gonna hopefully see y'all Tuesday. Everybody just enjoy the weekend and stay safe, first of all, foremost. You know what I mean? And we're gonna see y'all. Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, deuces. You got a dog of the day, man?
The yard. Going hard yard. That's the dog of the day, all them dogs. That's gonna be the dog of the night today right here, y'all. Going hard yard. right, fellas, you know tonight's that Friday night. Y'all know it's that Friday night. I still see you hanging out. I don't want to just shut it down on you. You know that time coming. It's coming. Shout out to my fam. Spike and LG in the house. Spike family LG in the house. My man School. What's up, fam? amplified, baby. all right. As y'all know, tonight was a very interesting show. Very interesting show. Let's see, we got into a little bit of the mind frame of the average. I mean, when I say the average, because as I spoke on earlier, you know, there's a lot of people out here that got these bulldogs. And they have them out there for all the different reasons. But it's good to know the type of people that actually comes to the show. You know, the ones that actually come and have something they want to listen to. And based off what the poll said, you know, it's clear that they sure don't come and fall in love with the dogs due to the love of the money. That's good to know. And it's even better to know that the reason you own one of these dogs is because of the love of the breed. In order to love the breed, there gotta be something about the breed that you gotta like before you can love it. Even though it wasn't 100%, I'll take that 84%. Let me check one more time before I finish and say this. They had 226 votes. The love of the breed, we down to like 79%, which is still not bad. I mean, before we ended the show, when, you know, closing on the show, we're at 80 something. But, you know, I'm not gonna cry about that 79, as long as, you know, everything ain't nothing else close. So it's good to know. It actually gives everybody an insight based on where we all was back in our time, and then Triple M come in and throw a little bit, and you get to hear about the old timers and some of their little pig picking conversations, and you gotta kind of get a feeling for why you do what you do if you got bulldogs. And if we can understand that and have the love of the breed, then that makes our job a little bit better and have a better understanding moving forward, being it help us do what we're trying to do. And that is trying to preserve the history part and enlighten the ones who don't know how to move forward in the future to preserve what has already been set forth that we can't change, because there's nothing we can change as far as our past. But there's so much we can change and make better as far as our future. So all my bulldog people, all my fraternity brothers and sisters, only way we can make these changes is, first of all, we got to keep loving the breed. Second of all, we got to stay together and protect the breed by doing the simple things. Taking care of your yard. Inform the ones that you might know, or you see somebody out there doing crazy shit, you know, you inform them, because it shines a bad light on all of us. Make it a point to understand and get other people to understand the purpose of the disclaimer, the purpose of having cameras, the purpose of cleaning up the shit, the purpose of giving them dogs water and feeding them. I mean, just all the things that makes the outlook on this American Pit Bull Terrier fraternity look so much better than always shining the light on the bad part due to the bad apples in the game. That is our movement. And this movement is nothing if we don't move together. So I'm always gonna say this and stand on it. be nothing without our followers, Shark Tank, and our viewers. And I take that to say that we do what we do for a cause. There's a meaning behind what we do. And I just hope that everybody take that ride with us to make this thing just a little bit better than sit here and watch it just be taken away from us because of the breed of a dog. Remember, that's the most important reason why we got them, because we love the breed. The poll states that. It shows that. Now, I don't feel like we need to distinguish that and watch it get destroyed and be outlawed because of a couple bad apples. I watch, this is my monologue. This is how I finish out the show. I'm always come in, I'll have my little piece before I shut it down on Friday nights. But I was watching, and it's sad to see that we still having these crazy mass killings, and the first thing they want to do is start trying to take everybody's guns. I'm not a fan of that. I'm a fan of exercising my rights to protect my family and have the right to even protect myself against our government. If you understand the Constitution, you'll understand we have a right. And our rights are important to the success of our lives. Now, they're trying to take and throw you in jail for dogs and all this other craziness. And then take all of us and just put us in one big bucket and then tag us all like we bad people. But because the lobbyists and everything associated with the NRA and the government when it comes to the gun laws, you'll notice how the news people be crying, trying to push the gun law on folks. We need to hurry up and do something. And it just never makes sense why they try to keep pushing that agenda to where I guess if you only people gonna be out here with guns is the bad people. Because they're gonna be done took all the good people's guns, and then the bad people gonna have all the guns, and we gonna have no way of protecting ourselves. I don't get into politics, but I do get into things that matter when it comes to our rights. And I always feel that I have the right to own this dog. Like I have the same right to own this gun. I have the right to protect my property. So I have so many rights that I have to fight for that it's almost like I'm finding myself at the age of 60-something years old, still reminding people of my rights. Because somewhere along the line, it's slowly starting to look like they're just trying to take our rights. So, when you're fighting for a cause, you got to be like the NRA. You got to keep lobbying for the right to own and protect yourself. The right to protect yourself from your own government, the tyranny of the government. The Constitution of the United States says you have a right to form a militia against your own government when you feel like you're being treated wrong. But then why wouldn't that be in the Constitution? Because isn't that what made up the United States? Wasn't they fighting for a cause? Wasn't they fighting for freedom? Wasn't they fighting for their right? Of course that was going to be in the Constitution. So we can't never forget what's there. My thing is, we can never forget to exercise our rights. Fight for your rights. And that's what we try to do as far as these American Pit Bull Terriers. Because regardless of what people say and how bad they think about us, they wasn't saying that back when they was holding shows at the Madison Square Garden. It was all right then. Well, I don't know what changed. I guess they'd rather see people beat their brains out. You know what I mean? And they doing it for the money. You notice that? Isn't that funny how things change? Can't always say we was doing it for the love of the money, because it wasn't ever about the money. It was a time they were doing it for a belt buckle or a bag of dog food, gentleman's bag. And they call it cruelty to animals. But it's okay to see two humans beat the shit out of each other. Oh, I guess the difference is a human beating the shit out of each other is more than two animals who are bred to do what they do. And done under the right circumstances is no different than boxing or the UFC. I don't know where people think all the cruel part comes in, because what happens when you get in a fight? I done had my nose busted a couple times, busted lips. Hell, I done came out of the Marine Corps. Come on now. They done showed me 101 ways to kill a person in 10 seconds. Now explain that. Trust me when I tell you, 101 ways to kill a person in 10 seconds. And that's without shooting. They're pretty good at pressure points. I mean, there's so many things that was taught to protect yourself outside of learning how to use a rifle and a pistol. It's amazing. Well, I'm pretty sure everything I'm saying has to make sense if you sit down and, become an intellect about yourself and just start just thinking. And then you find it, put yourself in a place where you gonna be at. Would you actually really give up your guns? And if you wouldn't, then you would have to truly understand why it's hard for me to sit back and try to figure out why would I just actually give up my American Pit Bull Terrier. Give you something to think about as we close out the show tonight. Again, for all my new viewers, don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. As you notice at the bottom of the ticket, it runs in our during the show. That's our Cash App information. Appreciate everybody who donates to the channel. And trust me, don't always show our appreciation regardless of what it is. We give for a lot of causes these days. And I think this is one good cause to give too. And that part right there, I stand on that. The donations, the Cash Apps, the Super Chats, the Super Stickers, all that goes toward a purpose. Because I'm always looking for another way. I'm not trying to sit back and just do a podcast. We want to sit back and not just do a podcast, but just sit back and then actually be a part of a change.
know that change comes with a whole lot more help. You know, we try not to have controversy on our show. You know, think about it. You know, we could come in and start talking about people and raising hell, and that's nowadays, boy, I see, you know, cops beating up on people and people beating up on people and Karens and look at the amount of likes and things that you can get on a video that I know, and I'm starting to understand the YouTube algorithm. So if I was doing this for the money, I can tell you right now, I could come up with some content to have everybody laughing, everybody coming, because again, there's enough going on in this world, and it's enough people out here looking for enough to see what's going on in this world, and let YouTube be, you know, a witness to that, because if you look around and look at some of the videos that have all the big hits, you know, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 hits within an hour, and get a general idea of what people are looking for. Get out there and see what they're actually watching. And then you find yourself thinking about, you know, that's a lot of hits. If you just go out there and look and see what's getting all the hits, man. Thousands. So I see some with 1 million followers, and then I've been trying to find out what do it take to have 1 million followers. You know? It's shocking. Because you can see the same information 5 or 6 times based on the same thing, and all of them be over 300,000-400,000 hits within a matter of 2 hours. And I'd be wondering, you know, is that the controversy that's causing that? Because how many times you gonna keep looking at the same old story saying the same old thing? Is it because the person who's doing the narrating has got their different version of each story, and everybody want to get in and hear everybody's different version of the same story? Well, I sure hope the hell wonder why the hell it don't work like that in this dog fraternity. Because unlike others, we don't have controversy in the fraternity. I mean, at least not on this podcast. I mean, I don't get a kick out of getting out here, you know, knocking somebody who just got busted and getting their dogs taken away from them. I don't see the joy in doing anything like that based on you gotta be in a situation to see what that feels like when it happens to you. See, we done been in that situation. I didn't feel nothing that was right about it. And so when I hear it happen to other people, you know, as long as the news and, you know, enforcement is controlling the narrative, you really never understand the real truth behind what they actually doing. So that's a different story. If I see there the person that's abusing a dog, I know what an abused dog look like. I know what a dog look like that ain't got no water, ain't been fed. I know what it look like if you tell me that man, you go in a man's yard and he got 2-3 dogs laying there on the yard decaying. That's a person who don't give a damn. That's a person that should be all over the news. That's a person that should have his dogs taken. You can't put everybody that got a American pit bull in that category, man. Come on, son. That sounds crazy. So I weigh that against the other controversy I see on the YouTube and the Facebooks and what it actually takes to generate and be a successful YouTuber. And I think
personally wasn't never looking to be a successful YouTuber, but really did look to be successful in getting the message across as being a YouTuber when it comes to American Pit Bull dogs and saving the breed and spreading the knowledge. Because the only thing I have to offer, the only thing me and my brother ever had to offer is the knowledge that was given to us and how it was given to us and the way it was given to us and the success we had with it. Instead of talking about being about it. Show you. Don't have nothing to hide. Put it right there in front of your face. Put it right there on the table. Give you a chance to look and see it for yourself. You ain't got to read a book. You ain't got to hear it come from nobody. You can hear it come right out the horse's mouth. That's how we roll. And I always felt like that would make a difference. And I can truly believe and tell you, you know what? It has. And even if it took us a year to get 300,000 views in that 1 year, that means if I can have a better year, I might make it to 500,000. Hell, who knows? The God permitted, I might be able to live long enough to say, hey, we had 1 million views on our podcast. Now, I know that might not sound like big when you compare it to some of the other ones that's out there. But look, we're not built on controversy. We're not built on trying to tell you how to make no money. We're going to be built on the love of the American Pit Bull Terrier and the respect for the fraternity and what we can do to make this game better. If I can become a success doing that, then let that be our legacy. Because like everything else that has a legacy, somebody else will pick the ball up right where we left off and they'll keep doing the same thing. That means we all gonna have a chance. And that's all that matters, because we saved the breed. We saved the fraternity. We just didn't sit back and let them take it from us. That's what's important. And if I had a major part to do with that, or happen to give the influence for the next of the young generation to pick it up where we left off, because we only picked it up from what we left off at, because remember, we had the books, we had the people, we had a lot of that information. I was just noticing, like guys were saying, man, you can't even find the books back in the day. They don't even publish them no more. Wow. But guess what? We got modern technology, and we're going to keep using what's available to us. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And we're going to let the new guys like us, the Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboys, the Fat Bills, and some of you guys give a chance to write your stories, man. Who knows, 20 years from now, who's going to be reading your book? Who's going to be listening to your story? Would you be willing to take the time out to save this fabulous breed with your story? And how big a fight would you put up to save that same breed that you believe in? Tonight, based on the poll, I know it might not be 1 million people, but one thing I do know, based on the poll, the reason we have American Pit Bulls is not because of the money, it's because of the love of the breed. And if you love the breed and you have the dog, you're gonna love the dog. And that, to me, that's point proven. Said it right there in the poll. Question was, why do you own American Pit Bull dog? If you love the breed, then I understand why you have the dog. Because if you can love the breed, you have nothing but love for the dog. And we got to live on that. We got to fight for that. Stand on it. And continuously scratch the win to make that happen. So as I close out the show tonight, don't forget to stop and hit them like buttons. If you have not already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. To all the viewers who want to donate to the channel, you know there's a cash app to run across the bottom. Go ahead and drop off. Remember, it don't matter how much you give, 99 cents, fine. It's not a matter how much you give, it's the fact that you give. That's what the big thing is about any and everything nowadays. You give from the heart. As long as you're giving from the heart, you're not looking for nothing in return. But if you believe in God, that return gonna always come back to you anyway without asking. So, and that's not me trying to be religious. That's just me loving and believing in God. And I'm always gonna try my best to give when it's in my heart. And I try to make sure I have a good heart on top of everything. And I don't give a damn what the next person thinks or how you judge me. It's not about that. It's about, for once, if you stop and look inside yourself, you can't lie to yourself. In case you're having a problem understanding that, just go stand in the mirror and say, hey, self, am I really a good person or am I? You might be surprised when you're looking in the mirror and looking at yourself. Don't stand there and look stupid. Just stand there and be honest to yourself. Ain't nobody in the room but you and them. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave y'all alone. That's just one for the mind. Until Tuesday, as I shut this down, I'm gonna ride out with y'all. Appreciate everybody who showed up. Again, don't forget, hit them like buttons, hit that subscribe button. And it's okay, fellas, to write your opinions in the chat. In the comment section. You know, we try our best to keep up with the comment section. You know, but we're getting a lot more people watching a lot more of the videos in the past, so they're commenting, and you know, I'm doing my best to try to keep up and reply back to everyone. So again, don't let that deter you from getting in the comments section. And even if you have an idea that you want us to do a show on, or you want us to do a talk about, or a dog or breeding or something that you want to discuss, you know, bring it up in the comment sections of the show. Trust me. Be surprised. We see it all and we address it. Sometimes y'all see some of the things that come up in the comment section wind up on the show. You notice we're not doing no memberships and we're not doing none of that. We're too new for that. Now maybe 5 years from now, I might think about it. But until then, we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. And we're going to keep asking for the help. We're going to keep looking for more viewers. Because right now, it's all about a common goal. As long as we have that common goal, I'd like y'all to come take a ride with us. And so as I break this down, everybody have a safe weekend. Live by the disclaimer. And continuously scratch the win. Always. Oh, yeah. So till Tuesday, see you then. Stay safe. Enjoy your weekend. I'm out. Peace. Deuces.